Yo Mishnabhat Paraham Sabariacharya Shtodashi Shamadesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya BBT Founder Srila Prabhupada Ki Yo Mishnabhat Paraham Sabariacharya Shtodashi Shamad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se Kau Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki वृंदावन धाम की मायपुर नवदीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की गंगा माई की यमुना माई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की संवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees हरे कृष्णा ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees हरे कृष्णा ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees ऑल ग्लोरीज टू श्री गुरु गोविंद ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय नारायणं नमस्कृत्य नरं चैव नरोत्तमं देवीं सरस्वतीं व्यासं ततो जयमुदीरयेत् नष्टप्रायेष भद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवत्युत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टिकी ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्री चैतन्य मनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूप कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्री राधा कृष्ण पादान् सहगना ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च नमः ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन्निति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषा शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरत्वसे नमः हे कृष्णा करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगतपते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा. Okay, so we have a lot of things to cover today. So we will start. Chapter 84. So we're discussing yesterday how at Kurukshetra, the sages, so they also met with Krishna, Balram and all the kings. And so first, Lord Krishna glorified the sages. And in turn, the sages then glorify the Supreme Lord and asked for what? Blessings to perform bhakti. Okay, so we are proceeding ahead now. 84th chapter, the sages' teachings at Kurukshetra, text 28. So then, as the sages were about to leave, so now what's happening? Text 28. Seeing that they were about to leave, the renowned Vasudeva approached the sages. After bowing down to them and touching their feet, He spoke to them with carefully chosen words. So now what is Vasudeva asking? Text 29. Shri Vasudeva Vacha Namo Va Sarva Devebhya Rushaya Shrotam Arhata Karmana Karma Nirharo Yathasyanastad Uchatam. Shri Vasudeva said, obeisances to you, the residents of all the demigods. Please hear me, O sages. Kindly tell us how the reactions of one's work can be counteracted by further work. Purport. Read.
Here, Vasudeva addressed the sages as the residents of all the demigods. His statement is confirmed in the authoritative Shruti mantras, which declare Yavatrir Vraja Devatas Ta Sarva Veda Vidya Brahmane Vasanti. Whatever demigods exist, all resides in a Brahmana who knows the Veda.
So basically here Vasudeva is first of all glorifying the sages, offering obeisances, Namo Va Sarva Devebhya. And then he's asking question. What is the question? Karmana karma nirharo yatasyanastudchatam. So how can one become free from the reactions to karma? Of course, this is very similar to the question that he asked at the beginning of the 11th canto. Yesterday we were seeing that he was discussing with Narad Muni. So there also he asked a similar question, how to come out of material entanglement. So here also he's asking the same question. So how many people is he asked the same question? Not good, no? To ask different speakers same question.
No, sometimes to get the in-depth information, we can ask the same question again and again.
Right.
Many times I have done this, Prabhuji. I ask the same question to the different speakers.
Okay, fine. So if we have not got satisfactory answer, then we can ask to get more depth understanding. That's fine. Okay, now Narad Muni, he speaks. Text 30. Shri Narada Uvacha Nati Chitram Idam Vipra Vasudevo Bubutsaya Krishnam Matvarbhakam Yannaha Prichati Shreya Atmanaha. Okay, read.
Sri Narad Muni said, O Brahmanas, it is not so amazing that in his eagerness to know, Vasudeva has asked us about his ultimate benefit, for he considers Krishna a mere boy.
Purport.
Srila Jiva Goswami relates Narada's thoughts. Sri Narada understood how Vasudeva, in line with his mood of pretending to be an ordinary householder, asked the sages about Karma Yoga. Although he had already attained spiritual goals, even great yogis and rishis cannot achieve. But Narada was still concerned that Vasudeva might create an awkward mood by treating Lord Krishna as a mere child in the presence of all the sages. Narada and the other sages felt obliged to maintain their attitude of reverence towards Lord Krishna. So how could they ignore him and presume to answer Vasudeva themselves? To avoid this embarrassment, Narada took this opportunity to remind everyone present of Krishna's absolute supremacy.
So Narada is saying that Bhutsaya, word to word meaning says, with the desire of learning. Bhutsaya Krishnam Matva Arbakam Yatna Prichati Shreyaha Atmanaha. So basically, Narad Muni is clarifying why Vasudeva is asking such a question. So he is clarifying why Vasudeva needs to ask such a question. He is in such a superior position superior to all the great sages present, because he is father of Krishna. So there's no need for him to ask such a question. But Vasudeva is not thinking like that. So he is not thinking, I'm such an elevated person, I'm so great, Krishna is my son. Why should I ask any question? Now I'm only supposed to give blessings. So he's not thinking like that. So he's thinking, well, Krishna is my son. Of course, out of prem, on the platform of prem, they forget that Krishna is Supreme Lord. And Vasudeva is asking this question like any other ordinary person, maintaining a humble mood. So this is always the symptom of the most elevated devotees. So those who are actually advanced never think themselves advanced and never pose themselves as advanced. So therefore we find that, so again in the 11th canto we find again when Narad Muni comes to Vasudeva's palace, there also is asking questions. So you can give some other examples of elevated personalities asking questions for the benefit of others or benefit of themselves also.
Vidura?
Okay, Vidura and Maitreya, okay, fine. Vidura is
Parikshit himself, Parikshit Maharaj, great soul.
Okay, Parikshit Maharaj also, yes, he was also Mahabhagavat. He's asking questions.
Yudhishthir Maharaj asking many questions to Narad Muni in front of Lord Krishna.
Okay, yes, Yudhishthira Maharaj is also asking various questions. Prithu Maharaj asking too. Okay, the 4 Kumaras, of course, he himself is Shaktivesh avatar.
Sanatana Goswami, Rupa Goswami to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Okay, Sanatana Goswami, Rupa Goswami, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yes. So you find
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself asking to Ramananda.
Yes, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself asking questions to Ramananda. So many examples we see of these great personalities keeping a humble attitude and always, as it is said over here, the desire of learning, eager to learn. So that's an important quality. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada explains in the Nectar of Devotion in the 16th chapter. I suppose it's 16th or 17th. Anyway, one of the chapters. So when the symptoms of a devotee on the Raganuga platform or the Bhava platform, so they are being described. So there Srila Prabhupada explains that the advanced devotee follows all the rules and regulations, considering himself to be a neophyte devotee. He never considers himself to be advanced. Rather, he considers himself to be a neophyte, and therefore he strictly follows the process. Not that now I become advanced, now I don't have to follow. No, that is never the mood. So he is not neophyte, but he acts like a neophyte. Or he thinks himself to be a neophyte, not acts like a neophyte, but he thinks himself to be a neophyte. And so, thinking himself to be a neophyte, he practices the process very seriously. So if one thinks himself advanced, then he will think, why should I practice? Correct? But no, the symptom of the advanced devotee is, one of the symptoms, Rupa Goswami is giving 9 symptoms of one on the platform of Bhava Bhakti. One of them is Nati manyata. That's humility. So he never thinks himself to be advanced. There is the symptom. We see again the example of Prahlad Maharaj. He is considering himself to be Ugrajati, simply born in demoniac family, Rajas, Tamas. How can I offer prayers? Of course, again, that is the common symptom of all these advanced devotees. Again, we have the example of Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, Rupa Goswami, all these examples we have. And so therefore, if somebody is proclaiming himself to be advanced and advertising himself to be advanced, if somebody is saying, see, I'm so advanced, I'm on Raganuga platform, Bhava platform, please come to me, I'll make you also advanced. How long you'll remain in ISKCON neophyte? So if somebody is making propaganda like that, that means what? Huh? Exactly. If somebody is making propaganda like that, that means he himself is neophyte. So no advanced devotee will ever make propaganda like that. So therefore, one has to understand these facts and not become allured by such people making false propaganda. But unfortunately, sometimes when devotees themselves don't have sufficient faith in the process that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Srila Prabhupada have given, then they get allured by such false propaganda. And of course, quite a few have gone also because of that. But then one has to therefore understand from the scriptures, therefore all this is being described. So one who is actually making progress and advanced never claims himself to be advanced. And so he thinks he is neophyte and he behaves like any other neophyte devotee. So that's an important point. And here, therefore, Vasudeva also, even though he is so advanced, is Krishna's father, but he's presenting himself like any other ordinary person, very humble, and he is asking common question, not some very complicated technical question. No, simple question he's asking to the sages. So anyway, just on that point, so what's the definition of humility? Yes, Srila Prabhupada's very precise definition, and that is not to be anxious to have the satisfaction of being honored by others. That's a very precise definition of humility. So it's not about the external behavior, it's not about how one speaks or how one behaves. Of course, all those are also important, but the most important point is, what's the attitude while one is doing something? So one may behave in a very soft-spoken and very gentlemanly way with the motive to be known as well behaved. So that goes against the principle of humility. So therefore, we have examples, pastimes of Srila Prabhupada, when Srila Prabhupada behaved in such an angry mood. Everyone knows Amsterdam temple opening pastime. Everyone knows? Everyone knows? Arey haan na, kuch to bolo. Haan? Haan, tell. Give the mic here. वो दूसरा mic दे दो. हाँ, दो mic ले लो.
The temple opening ceremony was going on in Amsterdam, and Prabhupada was doing sacrifice, fair sacrifice, but the things are not properly arranged. So many mismanagement happening. And all the TV channels, they all came to broadcast the opening of temple. So Prabhupada is not concerned about broadcasting, how it will go, but he's concerned about training his disciples. They should learn properly. So he was chastising them, why not doing properly, what are required, he was training them properly.
Correct.
So showing anger to train, not concerned about public.
So Srila Prabhupada was least concerned about what will be his public image and things like that. He was more concerned with training the disciples as to what is the right thing to do. So that is the proper understanding of true humility. So one is not so much concerned about one's own prestige and popularity and things like that. One is more concerned with presenting the subject matter in doing the service. So one is focused in doing the service with the ultimate intention to please Guru and Krishna. Again, we know the story of Rupa Goswami and that Pandit who came to debate, Rup Narayan. And what Rupa Goswami did? What do you want, Signesh? He was least concerned about proving himself to be a scholarly person. Why to waste time? So therefore, the important, therefore that definition of humility is very precise, which Srila Prabhupada has given. Very precise. Not to be anxious, to have the satisfaction of being honored by others. The satisfaction comes from where? When others give honor, there's a lot of satisfaction to the false ego. Oh, I'm being recognized as someone great. So it gives a lot of satisfaction. And when there's even slight disrespect, one tends to get agitated. So it happens in the conditioned state to all of us. So the humility means not being anxious for that. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada could very boldly present the truth without any compromise. Again, there are many pastimes in that connection. Even though sometimes disciples would bring some eminent personality, famous personality to meet Srila Prabhupada Prabhupada never compromised. He presented the truth as it is. He didn't think what the other person will think, say. No, he just presented. So, this great obstacle on the path of devotional service is what? Pratishtha Asha. Pratishtha Asha. The desire for prestige. So the opposite of humility is damba. Wanting to make a show. Damba, darpa, abhimana, krodha, parushya. What are these? Demoniac qualities. So damba means wanting to make a big show. So this pratishtha asha, I think it's the last time we discussed on this, I think, right? Last time? We showed that Gaur Govind Maharaj's, we showed, no? Yes, kapatya and pratishtha asha. So we discussed that last time. Okay. So this is what we can learn from Vasudeva, the father of Krishna. So he's asking, so Narad Muni here, he's just clarifying that why Vasudeva has asked this question. So he asked this question because he's considering himself to be an ordinary person and is also considering Krishna to be his son. Matva Arbakam. He's my son, he's my boy. So he's not considering himself, oh, my son is Krishna, so how great I am. He's not thinking like that. And therefore he's asking this question. Okay. And then Narad Muni is clarifying from a perspective of an ordinary person. So the points that Narad Muni is going to speak do not exactly apply to Vasudeva, but they apply to any common person. And therefore he says, Sannikarshotra martyanam anadarana karanam gangam hitva yatanyambas Tatratyo yati shuddhaye. Read.
In this world, familiarity breeds contempt. For example, one who lives on the banks of the Ganges might travel to some other body of water to be purified.
And of course, Srila Prabhupada says, even as far as Ganges is concerned, then they may be living on the banks of the Ganges in Calcutta, but they go to Kashi to take bath. Same Ganges. The principle is the same. Familiarity breeds contempt. What to speak of some other river, the same river also. So familiarity breeds contempt. This is an English saying which Narad Muni is accepting. Sannikarsha atam martyanam anadarana karanam. That is the Sannikarsha. Sannikarsha is proximity. For martyanam. It is not for those who are on the transcendental platform. It's for whom? Martyanam. For ordinary materialistic people, the principle applies. Sannikarsha anadarana karana. So the proximity becomes a cause for disregard or disrespect. And that is being translated as familiarity breeds contempt. So the principle applies even in the association of devotees. So why in the association of devotees, society of devotees, what could be the reason for familiarity breeding contempt? I think so we all have to admit that this is a problem. Anybody has this problem? Only I have this problem. Of course, all of you are great Mahatmas.
True, very much big problem.
So what's the cause of the problem? Who was that? Vanmali Prabhu? Huh?
Yes, Prabhuji. Then
from. So you can begin by enlightening us.
Actually, problem what I understand is that I am not a very elevated or pure in mode of goodness. So when we associate more and the closeness increases, the devotees, equals or juniors, they see the material side of mine, and I may not be able to maintain that goodness for a prolonged period of time, and that will make them more feel respect decreases. And when the respect decreases, and then the things become little diluted, and the Vaishnava etiquette and all starts little bit compromised, and then contempt starts.
Okay, good point. Somebody else would like to add? Causes for familiarity breeds contempt. Okay, Arjuneshwar Prabhu?
Prabhupada says the symptom of a person is known by, like a fool is unrecognized unless he speaks. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada also say a saintly person cannot be known just by seeing him. You have to hear from him.
Okay.
So basically, regular hearing is also important actually. So if it happens, then familiarity does not bring contempt. Means he always remain enlightened in the spiritual subjects. That yes, he's a person who is practicing spiritual science, and he's also delivering that message. So then he has a respect for.
Okay, so you're saying ignorance is the cause of this familiarity breeds contempt. Okay, fine. Some other causes?
As we have many principles in scriptures like Dadati, Pratigranati, and so many. So in general, if devotees come together, if they are properly following Vaishnava etiquettes, then certainly that will enhance their love, cooperation, feeling of belonging to each other, to Krishna. So that feeling will enhance, increase. But then when it happens that due to some disunity, yesterday we discussed like that. So if person cannot appreciate that kind of disagreement, agreement in disagreement, all, so then certainly such kind of issue starts happening.
Okay, so you're saying that lack of regular six loving exchanges and Priti Vadanam classes.
Yeah, and mood of common center wherein we have common goal, and we are just going towards the same goal.
Okay, not understanding that we have the same goal. Okay, good points. Okay, fine.
Having a lot of expectations from others.
Like?
Means he should be pure devotee, he should be in that way only, but not understanding that everybody is here sadhaka and he may have some things, but he is working and he will continue, means he'll keep in his home like that.
Okay, fine. Okay, so over expectations from others, thinking that yes, everyone else should be a perfect pure devotee exhibiting all 26 qualities except myself.
Due to bodily concept of life?
Yes, bodily concept of life. And what is the cause of the bodily concept?
Shiva due to bodily concept of life. Thinking
what is the cause of the bodily concept of life? Why one remains in the bodily concept?
Ignorance?
Yes, the root cause is ignorance. That is true. The root cause is ignorance or
poor sadhana.
Isha apetasya, forgetfulness of Krishna. Yes, and the poor sadhana doesn't elevate one's consciousness to the spiritual platform, so one remains in material consciousness. Right. So therefore, yes, having the right perception towards the devotees is important. Then one will be able to focus on the Swarup Lakshana of the Vaishnava. What is that? Yes, Krishna Eka Sharanam. That is the Swarup Lakshana. And then the Tatastha Lakshana may not be always present, but then we do understand that yes, they will eventually appear as one gets purified if somebody is sincerely practicing. Okay. At the same time, having said this, at the same time, discrimination in association is justified. So we do respect all Vaishnavas because they're all trying to surrender to Krishna. But when it comes to association, then definitely there must be discrimination. Okay, so why is this important and how do we justify it? So why is this appropriate discrimination? So we respect everyone. We respect every living entity, what to speak of Vaishnavas. So definitely within the society of Vaishnavas, definitely we have to see everyone as a devotee who's surrendering to Krishna and all that. And we have to respect them. But when it comes to associating, definitely some discrimination is required. So on what Shastric basis can we say that this discrimination is required? Why is it important? Chetan Prasad.
Enter of instruction, shloka number 5. After 6 living exchanges, it's described 3 types of Vaishnavas.
Yes. Krishneti, yes.
Krishneti yasya giritam manasa adriyeta dikshasti che pranatibhishcha bhajantamisham shrushaya bhajana vignamananyamanya nindadi shunyradamipsita sangalabhya.
Right, so that was as Rupa Goswami speaking about the 3 types of devotees, and so some discrimination is required. So why is that discrimination required?
To protect our own consciousness from getting influenced.
Yes, that's the main reason, to protect our own consciousness from being influenced. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
As exclusively like Sanatana Goswami says that Avaishna Mukhat Giram Purtam Hari Kathamritam. So he says that even the milk is very nutritious and it can help a person to advance. But if it is touched by a serpent, then it will be poisonous. So in this whole bhakti process can only advance through association of devotees only. So in the same process can also de-advance, or it can take us to wrong association or wrong direction if it is asat sangha.
Yes, that's correct. And there's another important reference from the 3rd canto.
in modes of devotees practicing in modes.
Yes.
Kapila section.
Yes. So there, what is that?
They're practicing in mode of goodness, passion, and ignorance. 3 varieties he speaks, and it is one particular word comes in all 3 on all 3 slokas. It comes. It is
Pritak Bhava.
Pritak Bhava. Yes. Prabhu.
One more
That
word.
much I remember.
The separatist mentality.
Yes, Prabhu. Separatist.
So then, in terms of this discrimination, what is said?
There in one of the purport, Prabhupada clearly writes that one should some wordings are there where somebody may be Vaishnava, but still he should discriminate.
Yes. So basically, he quotes from Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, who says that, so if a Vaishnava is also exhibiting qualities of the mode of passion and ignorance and is excessively depicting those qualities and of course may not be sincerely trying to get rid of them, then yes, then one should keep a distance. We respect, but we keep a distance in order to protect our own practices of devotional service. Of course, if somebody is sincerely trying to overcome, then it's fine. But if somebody is not even trying to overcome and is continuing to exhibit those symptoms of the lower modes, then to protect our own practices of devotional service, then yes, then it is justified. It is justified to discriminate in taking association. Right. So yes, so on one hand, we respect everyone and we don't allow this phenomenon to take place, that is familiarity breeds contempt, by having the right perception. And so of course, if we are in the association of sincere devotees, then we see the devotees' good qualities and how they are sincerely trying to practice, then familiarity should actually lead to, yes, it should lead to affection and love. So that is what should actually happen when we see other devotees wonderfully practicing. That should actually inspire us to practice, and that should deepen our relationship with them. Right? But so on one hand, we don't allow this to take place. Familiarity breeds contempt. And so therefore, one definitely has to be careful to always have the right perception towards the Vaishnavas. And in that context, we also have the 6th verse of the Nectar of Instruction. What's that? Drishte svabhava janitair vapushasya doshe na prakritatvam iha bhakta janasya pashet gangam basam na kalu budbudafena panke brahma dhravatvam apagachyati nira dharmai. So there, drishte, everything depends upon drishti. What is the perception? And therefore he says, na prakritatvam. Don't see the Vaishnava from a material perspective. Na prakritatvam. And the example of the Ganges. So therefore having the right perception is definitely very important. And when we have that respectful attitude, then we will always be careful in one's dealings and in one's the way one speaks and the way one behaves. Then all that will be in a Vaishnav way. These Vaishnav dealings, the etiquettes are very, very important. So sometimes even though our lower natures may come up in our dealings, but still we should always stick to the etiquettes. So therefore those etiquettes keep us within the boundaries of proper behavior. So even though my lower nature is trying to come up, and I want, my mind is being influenced to behave in non-Vaishnav ways, but still taking into consideration the fact that it is the proper etiquette which is going to please Guru and Krishna, therefore one should stick to the etiquettes. Therefore the etiquettes we are taught, it is not simply a theoretical thing, but it's something which needs to be practiced. We know the whole discussion of Maryada Vyatikrama in the 3rd canto. So the Maryada, the etiquettes, that's something which is very important. Again, We know Mahaprabhu told Sanatana Goswami, what? Yes, the Maryada is what? Yes, Bhushanam, the decoration of a Vaishnava. The Vaishnava becomes beautiful in the eyes of other Vaishnavas and the Supreme Lord when there is proper behavior, when there's following of proper etiquettes. So this should never be given up. This should never be given up. So as an austerity, one should stick to the proper etiquettes. That's very important. And then this problem will not come. Familiarity breeds contempt, because then when we maintain the etiquette, the proper relationship, the proper dealings, the proper respectful dealings, then there is less chance for this familiarity breeds contempt phenomenon to take place. And so then we will always have those respectful dealings, and that will actually enhance good relationships. And then, as we discussed, on the other hand, at the same time, one needs to be also careful that, again, in the name of relationships and friendship, it doesn't mean indiscriminate association, but we definitely can discriminate in association, not to judge others, but to protect our own practices of devotional service.
One question is there. So, this Maryada Vyatikrama, we understand, but many times it happens in institution when devotees, they have very responsible post. They are superior also, but when their decisions are not seemingly in the line with the Prabhupada teachings, many times. So then that creates a critical attitude. Like
many times, huh?
Many times means it's not affecting one person. Like it's quite visible that it's not cultural. Like one example I'll just simply give. First, a simple example. Like if somebody is making a course from above, and he's saying that this course should be taught in 10 hours, and that Prabhupada purpose itself it takes to read 20 hours. But he said, no, this much only you have to teach, 10 hours. Now this is the course. Now the other learned person is saying, Baba, Prabhupada padhne ke liye bhi samay chahiye. So he's saying, no.
This, like now.
So I am saying, now now the junior person, what he will think, we are also learned, we are also learning, and what is this? It means the superior person have really means they have read it through, taught it through, or what? Means they are not understanding. So how now we cannot go there and tell them, because the other superior is saying we already talked to him, but he is not ready to change. So sometimes it happens that critical attitude comes. Ki, what is this happening? Actually, we also want to learn it. We want to also propagate it, because if Krishna conscious movement is not like one Vaishnava sitting in Radha Kund and chanting, other Vaishnava sitting somewhere chanting, there's no connection. No, they are responsible to propagate the mission of Prabhupada, even down Vaishnava and up Vaishnava, both. So there has to be conjugal discussion and understanding also. So sometimes what happens, तो दादागिरी हो जाती है फिर कभी-कभी कि हाँ ऊपर का होना है तो, because how we think is the best thinking. So this type of then, see, there has to be logical understanding, proper thinking, growing the project, understanding. All these things should happen. Otherwise, only Maryada. What is the Maryada here then? Who is following which Maryada? Prabhupada teaching has to be spread actually properly.
Correct.
I'm just giving an example.
So, see, I may think my senior is being illogical, irrational, and so therefore, why should I follow Maryada? Let me go blast him. Then tomorrow what will happen? Tomorrow, some of my juniors, they may also think the same thing about me. And they will say, see, this our senior Prabhu, how he dealt with his senior. Now we will also deal like that only. You understand the point? Because yad yad acharati shreshtas, correct? So, therefore, we read that purport from the 4th canto yesterday. There is always a possibility for disagreements because everyone is a separate individual. So, there's always a possibility for disagreements. Therefore, the goal has to be very clear. The goal is not, taking your same example, the goal is not to complete the course in 10 hours or 20 hours. The goal is not how much information is given or how much information is not given. The goal is not whether we become learned or not. The goal is not how much we are able to preach or not. The goal is not how many big temples we make or not. The goal is not how much popularity we get or not. But the only one goal is what?
Please Krishna.
Samsiddhir Haritoshanam. That is the only goal. If that goal is achieved, then all subsidiary goals will automatically be achieved. So, therefore, that goal has to be clear. So, we are thinking in terms of the subsidiary goals or the secondary goals. Okay, this course needs to be taught in so many hours. This seems to be logical and this seems to benefit others. So, we're thinking in terms of all this, which is not wrong, which is correct. But all this must be aligned with the ultimate goal, and that is to please Krishna. So if I achieve all the subsidiary goals, but I don't achieve the ultimate goal of pleasing Krishna, what would you say of that? He says, Shrama eva kevalam. Or as we may have heard the saying, operation successful, patient dead. You heard that, right? So, or there's also the other saying, penny wise, pound foolish. So therefore, these secondary goals will easily be taken care of if we focus on the primary goal of pleasing Krishna. So therefore, that has to be in the focus. So then, we have to see from Shastra, what is going to please Krishna? So that's why we quoted what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying. What is going to please him? Maryada, that is Sadhu Bhushana. We see in the Bhagavad Gita, at the end of the 12th chapter, the entire section from 13 to 20, what is Krishna saying? What is going to please him? What is going to please him? List of qualities. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, we have the famous pastime of Prithu and Indra, and we know how Lord Vishnu came over there and he gave series of instructions. At the end of that, if I'm not mistaken, the reference is 4th canto, 20th chapter, text 16, if I'm not mistaken. 16 or 26, whatever. So at the end, what did the Lord Vishnu say? I'm captivated. I'm captivated. He's telling Prithu Maharaj by what? Sacrifice. Yajna. What? What? I'm captivated by your wonderful qualities. That is what it says. So everywhere we see the same thing. What is Krishna captivated by? What is Krishna pleased by? Everywhere is the same thing. There's no difference. Whether it's Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, everywhere is the same thing. There's no difference. So then, if that is what is going to please Krishna, then should we focus on that or should we focus on something else? So yes, there could be difference of opinion, and we have a right to put forth our opinions, our suggestions. But one thing which is very important is they have to be done in a Vaishnava way. This is very important. This cannot be underestimated, this behavior of a Vaishnava. As Mahaprabhu has said, again, the well-known verse, Dharma Stapana Hetu Sadhura Vyavahar. That is how dharma is established. Otherwise, we'll do a big disservice. So just like we all know, so in one temple recently, it was all over the news, right? There were some problems. And then these devotees, they made it such a big news in the press. And apparently they were trying to show that there has been some injustice done, some injustice is going on, we want justice, this, that. Ultimately, who got the bad name? Huh? Yes, ISKCON got the bad name, and ISKCON getting bad name means who's getting the bad name? Srila Prabhupada. So, in our attempts to achieve some petty goals, petty interests, then what are we doing? We're defaming ISKCON, we're defaming Srila Prabhupada. Will Krishna be pleased by that? So therefore, the etiquettes need to be followed. So if I have a difference of opinion, I can humbly go and present it in a very Vaishnava way. This is very important. This is very important. This is where we are, even though I didn't think of getting into details on any topic, still I'm going into this topic because this is so important. This is where faith develops or faith breaks. We can be the most scholarly devotees, presenting Shastra, speaking wonderfully, everything could be there. But if we don't show proper behavior, whoever one is, the faith will be broken. And we do the biggest disservice. So, therefore, devotees do ask these questions. That is, in management meetings especially and other situations, person gets too much into Rajogun and then there is flaring up because one's opinion is not being considered and one is feeling sidelined and sidetracked, and why only that person has to make decisions, why not this, why not that? When this maryada is broken, there is havoc. There is havoc. We have seen it again and again. As we are traveling to so many centers, we are seeing it again and again. It is such a mess. So much energy goes into setting things right because this etiquette is broken, this maryada is broken. There are so many problems because of this. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada very much emphasized that the proper etiquette needs to be followed. Shuddhagiri Prabhu very often tells that pastime you have heard of how, I suppose this happened in Bhaktivedanta manner, when one temple president he came to complain about his GBC. You remember that? In one of the yatras also he had told this pastime. Anyone remembers? So one of the temple presidents had come to Srila Prabhupada to complain about his GBC. So the temple president and another sannyasi, like a resident sannyasi, both of them had come to complain. And so when the temple president was complaining, Srila Prabhupada was so upset. So Shrutigiri Prabhu says Srila Prabhupada did not even look at the temple president. So he looked at the sannyasi and he told the sannyasi, that GBC has done so much service. Who is this person to complain against him? I don't want to hear. Tell him to leave. Srila Prabhupada was so upset. So, we have to take these things into consideration. Especially these days, anyone thinks he can just complain against anyone, speak about anyone. There's no maryada, no etiquette. Put anything on the internet, talk about this person, that person. New bhakta who has come 1 month before is talking about what the GBCs are doing. He has no idea of what's happening. And yet he thinks he has a right to comment. This is what's happening these days. And we have seen centers where so much nonsense, so many false allegations, and just out of envy and greed, so many problems. So therefore, yes, we may have our different opinions, we may have our different styles, all that is fine. But what is very important is how we present it. We have to remember this fact that especially if you are wearing a saffron cloth, of course saffron white doesn't make a big difference, but essentially we're presenting ourselves as Vaishnavas. Today I don't behave properly. What is the example that I'm setting to my juniors? What is the example? Today I misbehave, then my juniors think it is perfect to misbehave. That is the example I set. Everything just crumbles when there is no respect. There cannot be following of etiquettes. Because etiquettes can be followed only on the basic platform of respect. And when there's no respect, then the entire institution crumbles. That's what was happening in the Gaudiya Math. Why do you think the Gaudiya Math collapsed? For this reason. Fighting on petty accounts. Total materialistic tendencies. Then you see the entire institution collapsed. That's what happens. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada emphasized so much on this cooperation, unity in diversity. Why Srila Prabhupada emphasize so much? Because it's so important. Yes, we can have diverse opinions and diverse suggestions, all that is fine. But how we bring it to the table, how we present it is so important. And so we can do all that in a totally detached way. This is what is the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita from beginning to end is talking about detachment. So all that is fine. But at the end of the day, what is real success? Is not whether my ideas have been put into practice or not. We have seen situations where, because of this lack of cooperation, amazing ideas, amazing plans, everything just turned into dust. We have seen it with our own eyes. We have seen these things. Amazing plans, amazing ideas could have flourished. Somebody doesn't cooperate. Finished. Everything is finished. Everyone suffers. So, therefore, this is what Srila Prabhupada expected. The management structure that Srila Prabhupada has created is meant, actually, Purnachandra Maharaj, you have heard of him, right? So he taught us the whole Bhagavad Gita. So he spoke very elaborately on this point, actually, in the discussions on the Bhagavad Gita. And he said the management structure in ISKCON has been created so that the sense of detachment is aroused. That is what Krishna is speaking in the Bhagavad Gita. The whole concept of Nishkam Karma Yoga, performing duties in a detached way. That's what is the theme of the Bhagavad Gita. And so therefore, then if we are so attached to my plans, my ideas, then where is the practice of Bhagavad Gita? So if my leader, my superior is apparently behaving in illogical ways, irrational ways, well, then I can go and complain to his superiors in a detached way. And if they want, let them take action. But then my business is to follow. That's all. So, and that's what we were discussing. It does not matter how many years I've spent in the movement. It doesn't matter. The more I become senior, I'm expected to become more humble. Not that just because I'm senior, then I need to present myself as something great. Then it goes against the very principle of seniority and advancement. The main symptom of somebody who's senior and advanced is humility and the following of etiquette. These are the symptoms. Shastra is saying, we're not saying something whimsically. And these principles always need to be maintained. And we have examples within our society of our seniors, how they are acting, how they are behaving. So, therefore, these are all very important points. And therefore, the ultimate principle that we should always keep in mind is how Krishna will be pleased. That's the ultimate goal. And so, it's not about my ideas and my suggestions, no. Well, if I think that my senior is acting in a totally irresponsible way, I can go to his superiors. That system is allowed, especially within our society. So we can go and complain, we can discuss with other seniors, do the needful, but everything has to be done in a very Vaishnava way. The moment the etiquettes are broken, there are casualties, there is losses. So much damage takes place because of not following of etiquette. Hope that answers the question. Huh? But was it reasonable or no? Give him the mic.
You have to finish the course. That's why. I agree with this, Prabhuji, what you're saying, everything. And one must practice this thing.
Yes.
But at the same time, what I'm saying here, I'm not saying about the personal behavior of myself talking to some superior. But when some superior is taking decision, and that decision is going to affect the whole generations of things which Prabhupada has said not to be done, or it does not look very clearly, and still he's a superior on that post. So then that creates a very great agitation, because Prabhupada never kept us that you remain illogical, simply start paying obeisances.
Yes, so that's fine. So Prabhupada writes clearly in 434, blind following and absurd inquiries both are condemned.
Yeah.
So it's not blind following. So therefore I said that if we find that somebody is behaving in such an irresponsible way, then in a very Vaishnava way, we need to approach his seniors and discuss, and then leave it to them what decision they want to take, how they want to deal with it. In a very detached way, we need to do it. This is very important, because this is how we create the right mood, atmosphere, vibrations, create the spiritual atmosphere. This is all very important, very important. And again, the reason why we are discussing so much, because we are seeing this as a major problem in our ISKCON centers. As Srila Prabhupada said, the trouble to ISKCON will never be from outside. The trouble will be from inside. Outside, we have seen it. So many people try to do so many things, nobody could stop. But the more major problems come from inside. And one of the main reasons is this. When we break the maryada, then the problems are there. Okay, fine. So online, any refutations, oppositions?
Sharing reflection.
Okay.
Once I heard in one brahmachari class given by His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj in recent times in Chowpati, where he told some people are telling that ISKCON is becoming westernized, but he told that ISKCON is not becoming westernized because of the decisions taken by the seniors in a little revolutionary way which may appear. Especially it was being referred to the FDG issue, and then he made a mark that if it is becoming westernized, it is because the juniors are not respecting the decisions taken by the seniors. And that respect which is being lost, this is the reason why ISKCON might be becoming westernized. Not that there are decisions taken like this which may be not acceptable to the recent community. So that was quite matching to what you were mentioning. That's why I thought.
Yes. So basically it's the culture. It's the culture. So we find that the Vedic culture, as in fact we will see in the further parts of this discussion also, the Vedic culture is a culture of respect. But in the Western culture, there's no respect for anyone. Children don't have any respect for parents. Students don't have respect for teachers. So we know cases where even students can shoot the teachers. And if the parent maybe even chastises the child can go and lodge a police complaint, right? So where is the respect? And so when there is no culture of respect, then one cannot learn anything. One cannot learn anything. Then that's how then everyone degrades. Everyone degrades. And that's how the entire Western civilization, Western culture, therefore it is from a Vedic perspective, it's considered to be so degraded. Why? Because of this reason. Because nobody learns. Because each one thinks, I know, and I don't have to listen to anyone. So then how will anyone grow? Nobody grows. Everyone remains degraded. That's how things degrade. But the Vedic culture, as we will see right here in these verses and these pastimes, we see how Krishna reciprocates with different people, right? How Krishna shows those etiquettes. We have seen in all these pastimes. So that's the Vedic culture. And then on the platform of respect, then everyone can learn. Everyone can learn. Okay. Okay, fine.
Prabhuji, you had mentioned the example of Vishnu being pleased with the qualities of Prithu Maharaj
Yes.
in the discussion. And before that, you told 2-3 more examples in the similar way. If you can just share that once again.
Yeah, so basically in the Bhagavad Gita, in the Bhagavad Gita 12th chapter, verses 13 to 20, Krishna speaking about good qualities.
Okay.
Then we spoke about Sanatan Goswami, Mahaprabhu telling Sanatan Goswami.
So, okay. Thank you.
Prabhuji, also I feel
Dharmasa.
that many times we crave for acceptance from people or from devotees. That this
Yes.
devotee should accept me. This
Yeah.
devotee should accept me. This devotee. But as you mentioned, that if we try to please Krishna and we go in that direction, that let Krishna accept me,
Yes.
I be accepted by Krishna, and I think that will actually suffice the whole thing. Like
Yes.
at least with me, actually, you know, when before I came to Krishna consciousness, I was thinking all my relatives should accept me, all my friends should accept me. But after coming into Krishna consciousness, what I've realized is that only if one person, Guru and Krishna, will accept me, I think that will actually be the whole, thing will be just solved. So most of the time, the problem is that because we feel that we are not accepted by so and so person or so and so people or so and so, sect,
Yes.
that problem actually, builds up more into ahankar and all that.
Right. Yes. So that's correct. So our ultimate goal is to please Guru and Krishna. And so everyone has to be meditating on the same thing. So of course, till now we have spoken mostly from a junior's perspective. Now the same perspective has to be for the seniors also. Then the senior has to be thinking about how he can please Guru and Krishna, how he can follow the instructions of Srila Prabhupada, how he can satisfy the juniors. So from both the perspectives, the ultimate goal of pleasing Guru and Krishna must be in the focus. Okay, fine. So that was a good discussion on this one point. Familiarity breeds contempt. Okay. And this is what, who's saying this? Narad Muni is saying. So worth discussing on Narad Muni's words. So Narad Muni is making this important point. Of course, it does not apply to Vasudev, as he makes it very clear. It's for whom? Martyanam. The problem is Martyanam, those who are in material consciousness. For them, then this is a problem, and it's a big problem. And he's giving an example. Okay, fine. 32, 33, please read.
The Supreme Lord's awareness is never disturbed by time, by the creation and destruction of the universe, by changes in its own qualities, or by anything else, whether self-caused or external. But although the consciousness of the personality of Godhead, who is the Supreme, one without a second, is never affected by material distress, by the reactions of material work, or by the constant flow of nature's modes, ordinary persons nonetheless think that the Lord is covered by his own creations of prana and other material elements, just as one may think that the sun is covered by clouds, snow, or an eclipse. Purport. Things of this world are inevitably destroyed by one means or another. Time itself causes the eventual decay of every created being. A fruit, for instance, which may grow ripe, but then must either rot or be eaten. Some things like lightning destroy themselves as soon as they are manifested, while others are destroyed suddenly by external agents, as a clay pot is by a hammer. Even in living bodies and other things whose existence continues for some time, there is a constant flux of various qualities that are destroyed and replaced by others. In contrast to all of this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead's awareness is never disrupted by anything. Only out of ignorance could one imagine him to be an ordinary human being subject to material conditions. Mortal beings are covered by their entanglement in futile activities and their consequent happiness and distress. But the Supreme Lord cannot be covered by what are in fact his own expansions. Analogously, the immense sun is the source of the relatively insignificant phenomena of clouds, snow, and eclipses, and so it cannot be covered by them, though the ordinary observer may think that it is.
Yes. So basically here Narad Muni is talking about the differences between the Supreme Lord and ordinary conditioned souls. So because here the point is being mentioned that Vasudeva thought of Krishna as an ordinary child. That is why he's speaking all this. So therefore, of course, Vasudeva did not think like that, or even if he thought, then it's out of prema, it's not out of ignorance. But still, Narad Muni is speaking from the viewpoint of a materialistic person, how a materialistic person, he has a material vision. And so therefore, he may think the Supreme Lord to be an ordinary person. And therefore, is giving all these examples to show that how anything material is destroyed by time. But that does not apply to the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord, he can never be covered by the material energy. Just as the sun is actually never covered by clouds, snow, or an eclipse.
Prabhuji, here it is mentioned that Narad Muni is thinking that Vasudeva has thought that Krishna is a normal human being, ordinary human being. But if we see the question which Vasudeva has asked, he has asked that kindly tell us how the reactions of one's work can be counteracted by further work. But how then Narad Muni went to that conclusion that he is thinking Krishna is ordinary from this question?
Yes. So basically, Vasudeva asked a question like an ordinary person. He asked a question like an ordinary person. But Vasudeva is not an ordinary person. So therefore, Narad Muni is trying to prove that Vasudeva is not an ordinary person. But then he is presenting all this just so that a common man should not mistake Vasudeva. Because Vasudeva is asking an ordinary question, even though he is father of Krishna, a common person may mistake Vasudeva to be an ordinary person. He is asking an ordinary question, right? So somebody may mistake Vasudeva to be an ordinary person, thinking that his vision of Krishna is ordinary. Therefore, so that common people don't misunderstand Vasudeva, Narad Muni is presenting this. What Narad Muni is presenting is not for Vasudeva, it is for the common people, so that the common people don't misunderstand Vasudeva and Krishna. You get the point?
What I understood is that Narad Muni wants to make clear to others that Vasudeva is not ordinary.
Yes.
And the criteria for thinking ordinary or non-ordinary is that his attitude towards Krishna.
Yes.
So based on that, they consider his ordinary.
Yes, yes. So therefore, Narad Muni is speaking these verses, like in the previous verse, he spoke about familiarity breeds contempt. So that is not applicable to Vasudeva, but that may be applicable to a materialistic person. And a materialistic person may think Krishna to be an ordinary child, but that is not applicable to Vasudeva. And even if Vasudeva is thinking Krishna to be an ordinary child, that is due to prema, that is not due to ignorance. But Narad Muni is presenting all this for the benefit of common people.
Prabhuji, in this regard only, many times this happens even in devotee association also. Like somebody at somebody's place, somebody had died. So now what to be spoken on the death place? Now, sometimes devotees, they are speaking for karmi people only. Like, we are Atma, we are not this body, and we should not be attached. So their motive is not that for that family, but other devotees say, what you have spoken, this should not speak. And sometimes in birthday glorification also, they may say some principle, and they don't want to say about that devotee, but they want to tell about how the karmis they behave. But many times devotees, even I have seen many people, they say we should not speak like this. We should speak only congenial words. But I have seen in scripture like Prahlad Maharaj glorifying when he was given the mic to glorify the Narasimhadev. So even it appears that he was saying that demigods are not better than me. It appears that. But he is not saying that. Even here Narada also, speaking, and many instances come in scriptures also. But why it happens in devotees that they want ekdam exactly hona chahiye aisa hi. It should not be sarcastic, or it should not be like, it's not sarcastic, but it's a principle spoken not for that devotee, but for understanding that this principle is applicable.
Right. So therefore, who is the audience must be taken into consideration.
Vasudeva and Narad Muni is there.
No, see here in this case, Narad Muni, because this is Bhagavatam. This is not going to be restricted to simply Vasudeva or the sages or these people. So Narad Muni knows that this is Bhagavatam, this is pastimes of Krishna which are going to be broadcast all over the world. So Narad Muni is speaking for the benefit of everyone. So the point is that we definitely have to take into consideration who's the audience. So suppose if in the audience there is a mix of common people plus devotees, then definitely we should speak something which is beneficial for both. Right? But if in the audience there's only devotees, then there is no need to speak something which is beneficial for common people. Correct. So therefore, based upon the audience, so important principle of communication, which is told is one should take into consideration needs, interest, concerns of the audience. So therefore, one needs to take into consideration who is the audience, and based upon that, speak.
Where it's very simple philosophy has to be spoken, but very complex, like Narad Muni is speaking to this Daksha's son. Very simple philosophy also can, but then we try to see from Acharya point of view that no. This means this, this means this. So why this liberty is given to Acharya, not to common people or for devotees?
Right. Now you see, you take that same example of Narad Muni speaking to the sons of Daksha. So he spoke in a sort of a riddle, right? It was like a riddle. So why he spoke like that? So what do you think? Why did he speak like that? He didn't speak in simple way. The philosophy was quite simple, but he spoke in such a complicated, mystical way, which common people can never understand. If we read those verses which Narad Muni spoke, without the Acharya's commentaries, we cannot understand anything. So why did he speak like that? Yes, because that was the level of the audience. Those sons of Daksha were so highly intellectual. Of course, first of all, Satya Yuga, right? Yes, so first of all, the Yuga, and very intellectual type of people. And so he wanted to speak the entire philosophy in, yes, whatever you may say, but then, in a very compact, concise way, in such a concise way, which only they could understand. So therefore, the same principle, depending upon the audience, one needs to speak. So here Narad Muni is speaking all these things, not for Vasudeva or the other sages, but he is speaking for the benefit of the common people who in the future may misunderstand Vasudeva. Therefore, he is speaking all this.
We speak the philosophy, eternal philosophy everywhere. This question is, like if somewhere there is a marriage party is there, and somebody is speaking, Yan Mathunadis Grahamedi Sukhamituchan. I'm just asking, even in the devotee marriage also, and it has to be properly said. How? I'm talking about, see, the principle is principle for everyone. And devotees are surely following it. But I'm just saying, even Prabhupada also speaks for the devotees. So many places. So I'm just asking this thing. Because many times devotees, they become too much sensitive. But this principle has to be followed, even by Grihastha or for Brahmacharya, for everyone. This principle is principle. That is the question.
Yes, principle is principle. But at the same time, there is another principle which Krishna speaks about in the Bhagavad Gita 17th chapter, 15th verse.
That is
huh? Say that again. Oh, on that 17th chapter, 15th verse. Acha.
That is correct. That is our social values. That is correct. I'm saying. But where Prabhupada says absolute truth has to be spoken. It has to be presented actually.
Yes, but then also there is other principle, Satyam Briyat, Priyam Briyat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So that verse is also talking about Priyam, right? In that verse also there is that Priyam.
Yeah, correct.
So, okay, now since you've asked the question, see now we are taking more time, so you cannot blame me now. Now you are only asking questions. So, okay, so Ultimately, we have to accept that somebody else is the controller of time. Okay, but since you have brought up definitely an important topic, so which again is relevant to devotees, so I think so more important than completing the syllabus is to address some of these important issues which may be relevant, and maybe many have such similar questions. But I think so before I speak, I think so Sakshi Achutru wanted to say something. Give the mic.
I'm just telling about this question which Narad Muni Vasudeva is asking to sages. So Chakravarti Pad is mentioning in his commentary, and Jiva Goswami. He is telling what we have told only. The sages were astonished. This is Chakravarti Pad. Oh, he is the father of Krishna and thinks himself fallen in this material world.
Yes.
If he is asking for the benefit of others, why does he give up Krishna and asks us? So to answer them, Narada spoke this verse. It is not surprising that Vasudeva, thinking of Krishna as his son, Arbakam, not the Lord, asks what is beneficial for himself, Atmana, from us. And Jiva Goswami is writing, why does Krishna's father, who has attained good fortune, desired by us, but hard to attain? Basically, they are all desiring Krishna, but already is having, hard to attain. Ask about something other than Krishna. He is asking basically relating Karma Yoga.
Yes.
If he asks, how can he give up Krishna and ask someone else? Astonished, the sages were silent. So knowing Vasudeva's intention, which was previously explained for benefit of others, Narada spoke as if intolerant of Vasudeva's question. Since as Vasudeva was well versed in Krishna's powers and knew the path of the highest good, unlike Nanda, who was absorbed in Krishna's sweetness, asking this question was a part of his human pastime in order to spread his son's sattvic glories. That question was very significant for the Lord who possessed the highest glories. Or Swayam Bhagavan reveals his pastime to hide his glories to some degree. This may, however, produce some misunderstanding. If we attend to this, people will become bewildered. Therefore, it is suitable that I show the Lord's powers on the pretext of criticizing Vasudeva. He speaks in the 4 verses, 29, 30, 31, 32. In the first 2 verses, he criticizes Vasudeva for bewildering people. In the second 2 verses, that is 30 to 33, he praises Krishna as the highest height of human goals and knowledge. So Vasudeva considered Krishna to be a material son and asked about another means of attaining the highest goal. Giving up Krishna, who is beside him, Vasudeva asked us.
Right. Yes. So basically, Narad Muni is clarifying for the benefit of everyone. Yes. Okay. So coming to your question about sensitivity in communications. You may have heard this pastime about Srila Prabhupada and Sumati Morarji. You heard that pastime? Everyone has heard the pastime? Yes, yes, in the Back to Godhead magazine. So we know that pastime of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Vallabhacharya that was published in the Back to Godhead, and Sumati Morarji got it, and then Sumati Morarji was very upset, and she wrote a letter to Srila Prabhupada, and then Srila Prabhupada very beautifully answered it. You can read the letter, it is there in the Veda base. But then the point that Srila Prabhupada made was, of course, initially he presented very nice, he apologized and all that initially. And then he made the point that, see, just like you are upset because Vallabhacharya has been criticized, similarly, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was upset because Sridhar Swami was criticized. So the platform of criticism is the same. And that's how Srila Prabhupada very nicely, he presented the matter to Sumati Morarji, and then she was satisfied with that. But at the same time, he wrote the letter to ISKCON Press, the editors of Back to Godhead, saying that, why did you publish this in the Back to Godhead magazine, which is for the public? You should not have done that. So that is how Srila Prabhupada showed through that example that how one needs to be sensitive. Yes, philosophy is meant for everyone. The Chaitanya Charitamrita is meant for everyone. But yet, Srila Prabhupada made that distinction. Okay, but something is just for the public, or more public will be reading that, then one should be sensitive as to what is published in that. So therefore, Srila Prabhupada did show, even though Srila Prabhupada didn't compromise philosophy, but still we do find that Srila Prabhupada was very sensitive. In fact, just yesterday I was listening to Srila Prabhupada's lecture, which he gave in I suppose this is 1968-69. So it's one of the early lectures. And there, very interestingly, Srila Prabhupada is speaking about Bhagavad Gita and how so many people are accepting Bhagavad Gita. That was what he was speaking about. And there he says, and even such a scholarly person like Dr. Radha Krishna, he accepted the Bhagavad Gita, he commented on the Bhagavad Gita, he's glorifying. I was very surprised. Others usually we know what he speaks about Dr. Radha Krishna. But taking into consideration that it was a new audience, he's glorifying. That how these eminent personalities from a materialistic perspective, how they have accepted Bhagavad Gita. And so among them, he's glorifying Radha Krishna, Mahatma Gandhi and all these people. But when Srila Prabhupada spoke the same thing with devotees, he didn't do that. Then he had something else to say, we know that. So this is sensitivity. So we should be very careful about this. Otherwise, we may land up into problems. We know some eminent speakers who got into problems because of speaking the wrong things at the wrong place. Or you could say the right things at the wrong place. So the sensitivity is very important. The same thing can be spoken in different ways. Srila Prabhupada or someone else, I'm not able to recollect. He tells the story of how there was a king and then you know that? The astrologer. You know the story? Okay, tell.
Krishna. The king called for astrologer and he saw his chart. It is there in our value education contest. Raj Krishna Prabhu has taken.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So then the astrologer, the two instances come where the first astrologer says that all your relatives will die in front of you. So then he puts that astrologer into the jail. The better way of telling it is the second time the astrologer.
He asked another astrologer.
Another astrologer. Then he told that you have a very long life.
So all your relatives will die? No, what exactly said?
First he told all your relatives will die in front of you.
That means they will die before you.
Before you. Second astrologer told that you have a very long life.
You will live longer than all your
relatives.
Correct. But ultimately it meant the same thing. Yes, it meant the same thing, but the second person got rewarded for saying the same thing in a different way. Meaning is the same, correct? The meaning is the same, but just by presenting it in a different way, the person, he was pleased by what was said. So the point is, this sensitivity in communication is definitely a very important aspect. And I think so one of the classes we were discussing, right? How Vidura, he didn't give the news about the annihilation of Vyadus. Yes. And also some other examples we spoke. So therefore, in communication, one definitely has to be sensitive. So one definitely has to take into consideration who is the audience, see, what is the ultimate purpose of the communication? The ultimate purpose of the communication is that what we are trying to say is accepted. If because of our bad communication, what we want to present is not accepted, it's rejected, then what is the purpose of the communication? The very purpose is lost. And again, we cannot imitate Srila Prabhupada. This is another important point. Srila Prabhupada himself said that. Yes, old men and children, they can go anywhere, talk anything, people don't take very seriously. And Srila Prabhupada was not just any old man, right? He had such empowerment, such an authority, such compassion. So with all those qualities, whatever Srila Prabhupada spoke, then people didn't mind because they understood he was speaking for their benefit. We cannot imitate that. We cannot imitate that. So we cannot imitate some great personalities. Anyway, just reminded me. So just like sometimes His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, in the middle of the class, he asked, should I continue? And I think so Gauranga Prabhu was telling this, whether he or some other devotee, he tried to imitate that. And he asked his audience. And so they said, yes, please. Enough. So we can't imitate. So Srila Prabhupada had his own special position. And so even though Srila Prabhupada may have spoken strongly in some instances, but we can't imitate that. And of course, Srila Prabhupada also showed the sensitive part. He also showed that in many instances. So as far as we are concerned, we should know what is our adhikar. Individually, every individual has to know what is my adhikar. Even within the current society of devotees, some devotees are more senior, they have a position and they have more faith, they have invested more faith in devotees. So each one has to understand what is my adhikar, what is my position, and accordingly one needs to speak. One needs to present. Taken? Okay. Fine. Okay, time for the break. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna, we will reconvene at 12:20.
Okay, let's proceed. Actually, that's the only difficult thing in bhakti. Otherwise, chanting, dancing, feasting, very easy. But this is what makes the main difference between the path of bhakti and all the other paths. On the other paths, each one is doing his own thing and they make progress on their own. But on the path of bhakti, it's not just about some individual success. But then ultimately whether Krishna is pleased, acharyas are pleased. That makes the big difference. That is bhakti. Bhakti means how Krishna is pleased. It's not about me. Okay, fine. 34. Shukadeva Goswami continued. So now I think so little bit we'll press the accelerator. The sages then spoke again, O king, addressing Vasudeva, while all the kings along with Lord Achyuta and Lord Rama listened. Okay, so now, so the question was meant for the sages, but Narad Muni spoke just to clarify Vasudeva's question. And now once again the sages are replying to the question which was there. What was the question? Yes, how karma can be performed in such a way that one is not bound by that karma. Okay, now the sages are replying. 35. Karmana karma nirhara esha sadhu niropitaha yat shraddhaya yajet vishnum sarva yajneshwaram makhe. Read.
The sages said, it has been definitely concluded that work is counteracted by further work when one executes Vedic sacrifices as a means of worshipping Vishnu, the Lord of all sacrifices, with sincere faith.
Yes, so when work is done as yajna, sarva yajneshwaram makai, then one is not bound. So, can you quote some other verses to establish this? Yes, one of the famous verses, 3rd chapter, 9th verse, yajnatat karmanvata lokoyam karma bandhana. What else? Yes, how work should be performed as yajna, then it will not lead to bondage.
One more verse, the Narad Muni speaks that Amnaya, something in the first canto, I am not able to remember. He said that the same.
Correct.
The same
yes, so this comes in the 1st canto, 5th chapter.
The same work can become the cause of liberation also.
Right. So there,
Kriya Yoga.
Chikirshitam. Yes, so there Narad Muni is giving the example of? Yes, the milk and curd. So how the work which is a cause of bondage, the same work when transformed as yajna, then it becomes a cause for liberation. Okay, yes, that's correct. 330, Mai Sarvani Karmani, okay, fine. And another famous verse in Bhagavad Gita. 1155, okay. Okay. But yes, there is 330. But one very specific verse in the 4th chapter, Gita.
Karmana people.
424. Brahmarpanam, Brahmahavi, Brahmagnau, Brahmahutam, yes. So that verse is talking about how if everything becomes Brahman, then the Gantavya also will be Brahman. So that is also meant for the same purpose, to show that how work when done as a yajna for the satisfaction of Brahman, then it will lead to a transcendental effect. It will not lead to bondage. Okay, so this is the simple philosophy that the sages are explaining to Vasudev. Okay, text 36. Chittasyopasamoyam vai kavibhi shastra chakshusha darshita sugamo yogo dharmaschatma mudavaha.
Learned authorities who see through the eye of scripture have demonstrated that this is the easiest method of subduing the agitated mind and attaining liberation, and that it is a sacred duty which brings joy to the heart.
Yes, so this is the easiest method of subduing the agitated mind. So, because the mind, so why it is the easiest way to subdue the mind?
So mind is engaged according to propensity, but in a positive direction. So it helps.
Right. So it's so unlike this is again philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna, he wants to renounce the work. Yes, so therefore, but Krishna is telling, no, you don't give up work, but do work as a sacrifice. Then that will purify. Then that will not cause bondage. That was Arjuna's concern, that the work will lead to bondage. But then Krishna has explained that work done as a sacrifice will not lead to bondage. So, yes, so the mind is agitated, the senses are agitated, and they all want to do something. So if you just tell the mind and the senses, no, just sit down, keep quiet. It is just like telling a small child to sit quietly. Is it possible? No, it's not possible. So the senses, the mind, they want some positive engagement. And so therefore, this is the easiest way to subdue the agitated mind. So the mind and the senses are engaged, but at the same time, they're engaged in a positive direction, so that ultimately there is liberation. And so then that will bring muda. Dharma cha atma muda ava. Okay, 37. Ayam swasthayana pantha dvijate grihamedhina yashraddhayapta vittena shukle nejyeta purushaha.
This is the most auspicious path for a religious householder of the twice born orders to selflessly worship the personality of Godhead with wealth honestly obtained. Purport. Both Shridhar Swami and Jiva Goswami here agree that the ritual karma of Vedic sacrifices is particularly meant for attached householders. Those who are already renouncing Krishna consciousness, like Vasudeva himself, need only cultivate their faith in the Lord's devotees, his deity form, his name, the remnants of his food, and his teachings, as given in Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam.
Right. So this is the most auspicious path for Ayam swasti ayana panta dvijate grihamedinaha. Grihamedina. So basically those for grihasthas who are householders, then for them by working for the satisfaction of the Supreme, then that's how the work need not be given up. At the same time, the work will not lead to bondage. So they have to shraddhaya apta vittena. So the vitta, the money that they earn through their various occupational duties needs to be selflessly used for ijjeta purushaha, for the worship of the Supreme Lord. So that's how the householders can get purified, or the wealth that they earn, that also can get purified. Text 38. Vitteshanam yajnadaner griher dara suteshanam atmalokeshanam deva kalena visrujet buddha grame tyakteshana sarve yayur dhirastapovanam. Wait, online. Online, somebody wants to read?
Yes, Prabhuji. An intelligent person should learn to renounce his desire for wealth by performing sacrifices and acts of charity. He should learn to renounce his desire for wife and children by experiencing family life. And he should learn to renounce his desire for promotion to a higher planet in his next life, O saintly Vasudeva, by studying the effects of time. Self-controlled sages who have thus renounced their attachment to household life go to the forest to perform austerities.
Yes. So how one can renounce the desire for wealth? by using that wealth for sacrifices, charity, yajna dani. So that is why the householders, that's one of their duties, to perform yajna and dana, yajna dana. These are two important services or duties for the householders, and that is how they use the wealth for the right purposes, and that's how they get purified, and that's how they get detached from their wealth. So regarding this wealth,
experiencing.
Yeah, we're coming to that. We're coming to that, but we're still on this point of wealth. So anyway, and without getting into too many details, but you remember those verses of the Avadut Brahman in the 7th canto? Dangers of wealth, dangers of accumulating wealth. I don't remember whether we read those purports in any of our discussions here, but I think so we should just go through those purports. So please open, because these are instructions which Srila Prabhupada is giving especially for ISKCON devotees. So 7th canto, 13th chapter, text 32. If you remember, in the 1st canto, 2nd chapter, 17th verse purport, Srila Prabhupada has written that we read recently, right? Wealth and women are two great problems. Even stalwart devotees have fallen away from the path because of this wealth and women. So understanding the dangers of wealth is definitely very important. Yes, Pashyami dhaninam klesham lubdhanam ajitatmanam bhayad alabdha nidranam sarvato abhishankinam. Okay, so these are, Avadut Brahma is explaining the effects of accumulating wealth. Go? Yes. Okay, read this translation.
The Brahmana continued, I am actually seeing how a rich man who is a victim of his senses is very greedy to accumulate wealth and therefore suffers from insomnia due to fear from all sides, despite his wealth and opulence.
Okay, so one of the important results of accumulating wealth is insomnia. He doesn't get sleep because there's so much of fear. Okay, go down, purport. So Prabhupada is explaining, unable to sleep at night, they have to take pills for mental tranquility to invite sleep, and sometimes even the pills are a failure. So that is the result. And so therefore, ultimately they don't get happiness in spite of the wealth. Okay, go down. And so the result of the greedy capitalist unnecessary accumulation of wealth is that he must suffer from a blazing fire of anxiety and always be concerned with how to save his money invested properly to get more and more. Such a life is certainly not very happy, but because of the spell of the illusory energy, materialistic person engage in such activities. Okay, go now. Now Prabhupada is talking especially for ISKCON. Now read this.
As far as our Krishna consciousness movement is concerned, we are getting money naturally by the grace of God, by selling our literature. This literature is not sold for our sense gratification. To spread the Krishna consciousness movement, we need so many things, and Krishna is therefore supplying us the requisite money to advance this
mission. You can see this was always Srila Prabhupada's faith. Who's supplying money?
Krishna.
Yes, this was always Prabhupada's faith. Krishna is supplying the money. Okay, so therefore, Srila Prabhupada always had that faith and conviction. We just have to do our service, we just have to preach, and Krishna will send.
The mission of Krishna is to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. And for this purpose, we naturally must have sufficient money.
Okay, so then he talks about the Falgu Vairagya and Yukta Vairagya. Go down. Yes, now read this. Money is
undoubtedly coming in great quantities, but we should not be attached to this money for sense gratification. Every cent should be spent for spreading the Krishna consciousness movement, not for sense gratification.
Right, you see that? Every cent. Or if you talk about Indian currency, you can say every paisa. Now, paisa is also not available now. Previously, there was every anna. then paisa, now no paisa also, rupee, whatever it is. So every cent should be spent for spreading Krishna conscious movement, not for sense gratification. And Prabhupada is giving a warning to preachers over here. Read.
There is danger for a preacher when he receives great quantities of money, for as soon as he spends even a single cent of the collection for his personal sense gratification, he becomes a fallen victim. The preachers of Krishna consciousness movement should be extremely careful not to misuse the immense quantities of money needed to spread this movement. Let us not make this money the cause of our distress. It should be used for Krishna, and that will cause our eternal happiness. Money is Lakshmi, or the goddess of fortune, the companion of Narayan. Lakshmi ji must always remain with Narayan, and then there need no fear of degradation.
Okay, so Prabhupada is writing very clearly that the preachers get a lot of money, but the preacher should be extremely careful not to misuse the immense quantities of money needed to spread this movement. Let us not, make this money the cause of our distress. It should be used for Krishna, and that will cause our eternal happiness. Okay. Prabhupada has written all these things. For how many years? For the next 10,000 years, Prabhupada has written. So we all know in the first canto, when Parikshit Maharaj gave 4 places to Kali to reside, Parikshit Maharaj, Kali said, no, these places don't exist. Then Parikshit Maharaj gave another place, which?
Wealth is stock, which is not used for dharma.
Hoarding of golds. Today morning, Prabhupada was speaking. Now no gold, only paper currency. But whatever it is, ultimately it's the same thing. So who resides in this money, in this paper notes? Only paper. But who resides? Kali. And we don't have to discuss the results of the effects of Kali. All of us know the recent history right here in Pune. The money problem. And this is not once. How many times? How many times? Right here. We don't have to even talk about some other center. Right here. Right in the society of devotees. Problems due to money. Because of that, we have some devotees leaving Krishna consciousness, some devotees never showing their face to the temple. We have seen, right here, we have, in the past decade, we have seen all this happening. And it's a same story everywhere. Same story everywhere. Therefore, these warnings are there. There are places where things have gone even to the extent of murder. We're not talking about materialistic society. There, though it's common. We're talking about devotee society. That's how dangerous it is. Therefore, wherever there's wealth, therefore Prabhupada's policy was, wealth comes, spend it for Krishna. Don't accumulate. That was Prabhupada's policy. As soon as wealth comes, spend it for Krishna. So, of course, householders may have to save some money and all that. But the important point is this. The important point is what? Not to misuse. That is the important point. The moment there is misuse, Kali will enter. Then the whole Tamasha will begin. Yes, only for Krishna's purposes. You see that emphasis, almost twice Prabhupada has written that, right? Even a single cent for personal sense gratification. What is the next part? As soon as he spends even a single cent of the collection for his personal sense gratification, what? He becomes a fallen victim. That means that is what is eventually going to happen. As soon as its misuse is already fallen, and that is what will eventually happen. That's how dangerous. Somebody may think it's an exaggeration, right? No. Right in front of our eyes, we have seen the whole tamasha. Prabhupada's writings, every word, every sentence, so perfect. Therefore, Prabhupada is extremely careful. You see, not the words Prabhupada is using. Extremely careful not to misuse the immense quantities of money. Prabhupada knew ISKCON immense quantities of money will come. Because wherever Narayana is there, Lakshmi will be there. And it's a fact. It's a fact. Practically, you go to any ISKCON center, there's no scarcity. There's never scarcity. Oh. Why outside? We have it right here. The principle is common. The principle is common. You go anywhere. Now, just like birth, death, old age, disease, right? You go anywhere, it is there, right? Like that only this is. Like that only this is. Prabhupada has written that other purport, no? Wealth and women. Yes, Prabhupada has written, it's not a surprise. Okay, since you asked, I'll give you one example.
What did he ask?
Okay, he is asking some examples of how misuse of money and how it leads to fall down, and so he wants some examples. So of course there are hundreds of examples, but I said I'll give one. So in one place there were brahmacharis who were given the service. They were given the service of fund collection. So the spiritual master gave the service, so bona fide, no problem. So they were doing the service. So they were going to rich families and cultivating them, donors, life members, well-wishers, and they were collecting money. So now they were doing the service and pretty successful. And they were doing this, two brahmacharis, they were doing this program in one of the very, very posh societies. Some of the richest billionaires stay over there. So I know it because they invited me once for that program. So, then now when dealing with so much of these wealthy people and so much of opulence, they're seeing so much of opulence, so much of wealth, they're getting wealth, and for these programs like that, men, women, everyone come. And So obviously, in such a situation, especially brahmacharis are definitely in a very vulnerable position. And so many senior devotees advise them that, see, it is good that you don't personally cultivate these people. You do the program, but you allow some congregation devotees to cultivate. Because cultivation means, and it involves intimately mixing with these people, talking with them, and all that. But they didn't want to share the credit. So they said, no. We don't want to involve anyone else. If we involve, then, there won't be transparency in the collection and this and that. So, okay. Now, another thing was, with all this service that they were doing, their sadhana was very poor. One of those brahmacharis sincerely and regularly never attended the morning program. Did I tell this before? I told you in another class. So the seniors warned them. Now see, first of all, you're dealing with fire on one hand. On the other hand, there is no protection from the fire. So be careful. So one of those brahmacharis said, see, quite a few months have passed. I've been doing the service. So far, nothing has happened. So he openly challenged Maya. And so both the brahmacharis who were doing this program, weak in their sadhana, and they were seeing all this opulence and money and beauty and all this they were seeing. And then the obvious happened. So, anyway, without getting into details, both those brahmacharis had serious difficulties with their spiritual lives. Both of them could not continue in the ashram, in the brahmachari ashram. So I'm just giving some sample. But as they say, history repeats itself. It's the same story. It's the same story, again and again. So, Shastra is Shastra. What to speak of now? Right during Prabhupada's times. Right during Prabhupada's times. You heard of one of the devotees, he sold one of the temples. You heard that? Prabhupada was so upset. There's a whole conversation on that with Shyam Sundar Prabhu. It's there in the Vedaves. But why? Same thing. Greed for money. Same thing. So, it's all perfect. We can't play around. Therefore, today morning also we were hearing, Prabhupada is saying, Bhagavad Gita is a science. It's a science. Science means it will work. There's no doubt about that. It will work. One cannot say, I'm special, maybe it won't work for me. No, it has to work. So when Prabhupada is given these warnings here, one has to be extremely careful. So therefore, when it comes to money matters, We have to be extremely careful. Sometimes we have seen amongst devotees, there is a little bit of blind faith and trust that is put. We have seen these things. One devotee lends money to another devotee on the basis of some trust, and there is no official writing or some official agreement. It's just given on the basis of faith and something like that. And then what happens? And then sometimes the other person doesn't give the money back. Sometimes it's a huge amount. And then so many problems. Then relationship problems, loss of faith, loss in Krishna consciousness, so many things. Therefore, when it comes to money dealings, understanding this fact, we have to be extremely careful. Yes, we understand, we trust everyone, but still, when it comes to money dealings, better to make everything very official, very clear, very transparent. All these things are very important. Very important. So, therefore, how much ever money it is, when it comes to money matters, put things down in writing and make things clear. All these things are very important. One should never take things for granted while dealing with money. Of course, again, Srila Prabhupada showed by his own example how Srila Prabhupada was so attentive to every cent, literally. How Prabhupada was keeping accounts, you must have read about that. How Prabhupada was keeping accounts. Every paisa Prabhupada was accounting for what he spent, every paisa. Prabhupada used to write. Prabhupada was extremely careful with every paisa. So I had to learn from Srila Prabhupada. As the founder Acharya, Srila Prabhupada has set the ideal example for everything. We have to learn from it. So when it comes to money matters, even amongst devotees, yes, we trust the devotees, no problem, but still put everything down in writing and everything pakka. These things are very important. And we should also remember, everything begins with something small. Then it gradually grows. These are all things to learn from history. Okay, we'll just read one more purport where Srila Prabhupada is again speaking, especially to ISKCON devotees. That's why it's very important for ISKCON devotees to read Prabhupada's purports. The philosophy may be there, but what is important is these instructions, practical instructions which Prabhupada is given for ISKCON devotees, we don't find anywhere else. But here you find. As the founder Acharya, Prabhupada is giving these practical instructions for ISKCON devotees. Okay, go down. So here in this verse, he spoke about one effect of money, and that is insomnia, lack of sleep. Now he talks about how there is anxiety. Okay, read this translation.
Those who are considered materially powerful and rich are always full of anxieties because of governmental laws, thieves and rogues, enemies, family members, animals, birds, people seeking charity, the inevitable time factor, and even our own selves. Thus, they are invariably
That's an interesting point, isn't it? They're even afraid of their own selves. Without seeing the purport, can you tell how they're afraid of their own self? No, they are not afraid of misusing. No person thinks he will misuse the wealth. Every person thinks he'll properly use only. Huh? Okay. Death will happen to everyone. That is understood. What mind? What's that? Self as mind means what? Okay. I think so. Somewhat. See the purport. See the purport. Yes. So see, Prabhupada is writing that. The word swasmat means from oneself. Because of attachment for money, the richest person is even afraid of himself. He fears that he may have locked his money in an unsafe manner or might have committed some mistake. So that is how he's afraid of himself. And he thinks, hey, where did I keep it properly? Did I lock it? If I locked it, where is the key? That is how he's even afraid of himself. And then he's afraid of so many other people. Okay, next verse. And then here he talks about 7 effects of accumulating money. Okay, read.
Those in human society who are intelligent should give up the original cause of lamentation, illusion, fear, anger, attachment, poverty, and unnecessary labor. The original cause of all these is the desire for unnecessary prestige and money.
Okay. So here there are 7. What are the 7? See. Translation. Lamentation, illusion, fear, anger, attachment, poverty, unnecessary labor. 7 effects of accumulating money. And here, of course, not only money, but also what? Prestige. Unnecessary prestige and money. So if we try to accumulate unnecessary prestige and money, then we have to face all these effects. Of course, you can go into detailed discussion on how all these take place, but anyways, you can decide for yourself. But here, again in this purport, Srila Prabhupada gives some instructions for ISKCON devotees. Go now. Go. Okay, now you read. A sannyasi should have
an institution meant to preach Krishna consciousness. He need not accumulate money for himself. We recommend that as soon as money accumulates in our Krishna consciousness movement, 50% of it should be invested in printing books and 50% for expenditures, especially in establishing centers all over the world. The managers...
now Prabhupada is giving a warning to managers. Previous purport he gave warning for preachers. Now he's giving instruction for managers.
The managers of Krishna consciousness movement should be extremely cautious in regard to this point.
Right. So you remember in the previous purport also Prabhupada said what? Extremely careful. And here again he says, extremely cautious. Otherwise
money will be the cause of lamentation, illusion, fear, anger, material attachment, material poverty, and unnecessary hard work. When I was alone in Vrindavan, I never attempted to construct mathas or temples. Rather, I was fully satisfied with a small amount of money I could gather by selling back to Godhead. And thus I would provide for myself and also print the literature. When I went to foreign countries, I lived according to the same principles. But when Europeans and Americans began to give money profusely, I started temples and deity worship. The same principles should still be followed. Whatever money is collected should be spent for Krishna and not a farthing for sense gratification. This is the Bhagavad principle.
See, again Prabhupada is repeating that. What? Whatever money is collected should be spent for Krishna and not a farthing for sense gratification. This is the Bhagavad. And therefore he is given the warning. Now if we misuse, then we'll have to face all those effects. What? Lamentation, illusion, fear, anger, poverty. One will have to face all that. So Prabhupada has given all these warnings. And so therefore, okay, let's come back here. Here, yes, so who's speaking this verse here? Yes, the sages are speaking to Vasudev. And so therefore, they're saying, intelligent person should learn to renounce his desire for wealth by performing sacrifice and acts of charity. That's what Prabhupada does. The wealth should immediately be used for Krishna consciousness. And he should learn to renounce his desire for wife and children by experiencing family life. Yeah, so I think so some of you had that question. Why should one go through the experience? This Bhishma Dev explains in his teachings. That's a nice, beautiful purport. I don't know if you want to see it. First canto, 9th chapter, that Bhishma Dev's teachings comes, no? What is that? Some 20th or? I think so it's 22nd or 23rd verse, where Srila Prabhupada is giving the long purport. And at the end of that, he's giving some important points. You get it? You see one of those quotes where he is talking about that different types of dharma, Raj dharma, Stri dharma, all that. There's one long purport which Srila Prabhupada gives. Go next, not this. Okay. No, this is his. These are prayers, no? Wait.
Prabhuji, it's 26th.
26. Okay, yes, that's correct. Go to the end. Yes. Wait. The last. Correct. Read this last paragraph. Go little up. Read this last. The Varnas.
The Varnas are, so to speak, classifications of different occupations, and ashram dharma is gradual progress on the path of self-realization. Both are interrelated, and one is dependent on the other. The main purpose of ashram dharma is to awaken knowledge and detachment.
Yes. The main purpose of ashram dharma is to awaken knowledge and detachment. This is the purpose of all the ashramas. The purpose of all the ashramas is to awaken knowledge and detachment. Okay, now go ahead.
The brahmachari ashram is the training ground for the prospective candidates. In this ashram, it is instructed that this material world is not actually the home of the living being. The conditioned souls under material bondage are prisoners of matter, and therefore self-realization is the ultimate aim of life. The whole system of ashram dharma is means to detachment.
Yes, the whole system of ashram dharma is a means to detachment. So because ultimately one has to give up this world, right? So that is the purpose of all the ashrams. Now go ahead.
One who fails to assimilate this spirit of detachment is allowed to enter into family life with the same spirit of detachment. Therefore, one who attains detachment may at once adopt the fourth order, namely renounced, and thus live on charity only, not to accumulate wealth, but just to keep body and soul together for ultimate realization. Household life is for one who is attached, and the Banprasth and Sannyas orders of life are for those who are detached from material life. The Brahmachari ashram is specially meant for training both attached and the detached.
Right? So the ultimate goal is detachment. So if the brahmacharis, they don't learn detachment by hearing, then they will have to develop that same detachment through experience. The goal is detachment. So that means if somebody becomes detached by the brahmachari training, that means he has already developed realization, most probably in the past life. He has gone through the experience in the past life, and therefore he has developed that detachment and come to that realization. So if one has not yet come to that realization and develop the detachment, then one has to go through the experience and then come to that same realization. So that is why he's saying over here, he should learn to renounce his desire for wife and children by experiencing family life. So that means if somebody has developed that realization and detachment, then that means he has gone through that experience before and he has come to that realization. Or of course, if there is some very powerful association of a greatly renounced sadhu, then one can develop that detachment. But then again, but the principle is correct. The principle is one has to go through the experience. Experience here means the realization. One has to come to the realization. That is the point. Correct. Yeah. Yes. He also says the same thing. Okay, fine. Go ahead. And he should learn to renounce his desire for promotion to higher planets by studying the effects of time. So even that is not permanent. Even the higher planets are not permanent. Yes.
Prabhuji, one query.
Huh?
One query.
Go ahead.
Prabhuji, for me just now, I just heard that past life realizations get carried forward in this this life also. I mean, first time I'm hearing that. How can past life, Malab, if you can explain me. I did not understand that how are past life realizations carried in this lifetime or impressions.
So, of course, Bharat Maharaj was a special case. One can say that Bharat Maharaj, even in the body of a deer, he was detached, and he was associating with sadhus. But then, even in the body of Jad Bharat, then he had the realizations of his previous life. Therefore, he purposefully wanted to avoid association with materialistic people. What's the reason? The realization was carried. And so, therefore, we find that a person is why a person is more sattvic, more rajasic. So, all this is based upon previous life, right?
Okay. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you.
So, you can read the 29th chapter of the 4th canto, Narad Muni's instructions to King Prachin Barishat. There you'll find many of these points are explained.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Okay, fine. Let's proceed. 39. So the sages are speaking to Vasudev. Rune stribid vijojato devarshi pitrinam prabho yagyadhyayana putraistanya anistirya tyajanpatet.
Dear Prabhu, a member of the twice born classes is born with three kinds of debts: those owed to the demigods, to the sages, and to his forefathers. If he leaves his body without first liquidating these debts by performing sacrifice, studying the scriptures, and begetting children, he will fall down into hellish condition. Purport. Concerning the special obligations of a Brahmana, the Shruti states, Jayamano vai Brahmanas tribhir rinavan jayate brahmacharyena rishibhyo yagnena devebhya prajaya pitrubhya. Whenever a Brahmana takes birth, three debts are born along with him. He can pay his debt to sages by celibacy, his debt to the demigods by sacrifice, and his debt to his forefathers by begetting children.
So actually this debt to the sages is not just by celibacy, but it is by adhyan. The verse says adhyan, study of the scripture. So of course that is one of the main duties of brahmacharis, swadhyay. Swadhyay is the main duty of the brahmacharis. So that is how one gives up or liquidates the debt to the sages. And then one liquidates the debt to the demigods by performing sacrifice. And then for the pitris by begetting children. So that is how the brahmanas have three debts, and that's how they can. Yes, so that we know. Devarshi, Bhuta, Aptaninam, Pitrinam. Okay, text 40. Tvam tvad tam tvam tvadya mukta dvabhyam vai rishi pit. What is this? This meter is somewhat. Yagye devanam unmucha nirno sharano bhava. Anyway, read the translation.
But you, O magnanimous soul, are already free from the two of your debts, those to the sages and the forefathers. Now absolve yourself of your debt to the demigods by executing Vedic sacrifices, and in this way free yourself completely of debt and renounce all material shelter.
41. Vasudeva bhavanonam bhaktya paramaya harim jagatam ishwaram prachra sayadvam putratam gataha.
O Vasudev, without doubt, you must have previously worshipped Lord Hari, the master of all worlds. Both you and your wife must have perfectly worshipped him with supreme devotion, since he has accepted the role of your son. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti paraphrases the sage's moods as follows. We have answered you, who questioned us in the manner of ordinary discourse, in the same ordinary way. In truth, however, since you are the eternally liberated Father of Supreme Lord, neither worldly customs nor the injunctions of Scripture have any authority over you. According to Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, the very name Vasudev indicates that Vasudev manifests brilliantly, Divyati, the super excellent wealth, Vasu, of pure devotional service. In the 11th canto, Narada will again meet with Vasudev and at that time remind him, Devarshi Bhutaptaninam Pitrunam Nakim Karonayam Rini Charajan Sarvatmanaya Sharanam Sharanyam Gato Mukundam Paririthyakartam. O king, one who has given up all the material duties and has taken full shelter of the lotus feet of Mukunda, who offers shelter to all, is not indebted to the demigods, great sages, ordinary living beings, relatives, friends, mankind, or even his forefathers who have passed away. Since all such classes of living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme Lord. One who has surrendered to Lord's service has no need to serve such persons separately.
So here the sages, even though they answered the question, but now here they're accepting that Vasudeva and Devaka, they're not ordinary persons, but they've actually Bhaktya, Paramaya, Harim, they've performed a lot of bhakti to the Supreme Lords. So in this way, the sages answered the question of Vasudeva. Now Shukdev Goswami continues. 42. Shukdev Goswami said, after hearing these statements of the sages, generous Vasudeva bowed his head to the ground and praising them, requested them to become his priests. Okay, so now, okay, online. Somebody would like to read online? Please read the translations.
Thus requested by him, O king, the sages engaged the pious Vasudeva in performing fire sacrifices at that holy place of Kurukshetra according to strict religious principles and with most excellent ritual arrangements.
Continue.
When Maharaj Vasudeva was about to be initiated for the sacrifice, O king, the Vrishnis came to the initiation pavilion after bathing and putting on fine clothes and garlands of lotuses. The other kings also came, elaborately ornamented, as well as all their joyful queens, who wore jeweled lockets around their necks and were also clad in fine garments. The royal wives were anointed with sandalwood paste and carried auspicious items for the worship.
Continue.
Mridangas, patahas, conch shells, bheris, anakas, and other instruments resounded. Male and female dancers danced, and sutas and magadas recited glorifications. Sweet-voiced Gandharvis sang, accompanied by their husbands.
Continue.
After Vasudeva's eyes had been decorated with black cosmetic and his body smeared with fresh butter, the priests initiated him according to scriptural rules by sprinkling him and his 18 wives with sacred water. Encircled by his wives, he resembled the regal moon, encircled by stars.
Purport.
Devaki was Vasudeva's principal wife, but she had several co-wives, including her 6 sisters. This fact is recorded in the 9th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Devakas chograsenascha chatvaro devakatmajaha. Devavan upadevascha sudevo devavardhanaha. Tesham swasarah saptasan dhrita devadayo nripa. Shanti devopadevacha Shri Deva Deva Devarakshita Sahadeva Devakicha Vasudeva Uvahata. Ahuka had 2 sons named Devaka and Ugrasena. Devaka had 4 sons named Devavan, Upadeva, Sudeva, and Devavardhana, and he also had 7 daughters named Shantideva, Upadeva, Shri Deva, Deva, Devarakshita, Sahadeva, Devaki, and Dhritadeva. Dhritadeva was the eldest. Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, married all these sisters. Some of Vasudeva's other wives are mentioned a few verses later. Pauravi, Rohini, Bhadra, Madira, Rochana, Ila, Devaki, Pramukha, Shasan, Patnya, Anaka Dundubhe. Devaki, Pauravi, Rohini, Bhadra, Madira, Rochana, Ila, and others were all wives of Anakadunduvi, Vasudeva. Among them all, Devaki was the chief.
Okay. Continue now. Okay, so here somebody wants to continue. 48.
Vasudeva received initiation along with his wives, who wore silk saris and were adorned with bangles, necklaces, ankle bells, and earrings. With his body wrapped in deerskin, Vasudeva shone splendidly. My dear Maharaj Parikshit, Vasudeva's priest and the officiating members of the assembly, dressed in silk dhotis and jeweled ornaments, looked so effulgent that they seemed to be standing in a sacrificial arena of Indra, the killer of Vritra. At that time, Balram and Krishna, the lords of all living entities, shone forth with great majesty in the company of their respective sons, wives, and other family members, who were expansions of their opulences. Performing various kinds of Vedic sacrifices according to the proper regulations, Vasudeva worshipped the Lord of all sacrificial paraphernalia, mantras, and rituals. He executed both primary and secondary sacrifices, offering oblations to the sacred fire and carrying out other aspects of sacrificial worship. Purport: there are numerous kinds of Vedic fire sacrifices, each of which involves several elaborate rituals. The Brahmana portion of the Vedic Shruti specifies the complete step-by-step procedure of only a few prototype sacrifices, such as the Jyotishtama and Darsha Purnamasa. These are called the Prakrit or original yagyas. The details of other yagyas must be extrapolated from the patterns of these Prakrit injunctions according to strict rules of the Mimamsa Shastra. Since other yagyas are thus known by derivation from the prototype sacrifices, they are called Vaikrata or changed.
Then, at the appropriate time and according to scripture, Vasudeva remunerated the priest by decorating them with precious ornaments, though they were already richly adorned, and offering them valuable gifts of cows, lands, and marriageable girls. After supervising the Patni Samyaga and Avabhrita rituals, the great Brahmana sages bathed in Lord Parshuram's lake with the sponsor of the sacrifice, Vasudeva, who led them. His sacred bath complete, Vasudeva joined with his wives in giving the jewelry and the clothes that they had been wearing to the professional reciters. Vasudeva then put on new garments, after which he honored all classes of people by feeding everyone, even the dogs. With opulent gifts, he honored his relatives, including all their wives and children, the royalty of the Vidarbha, Kaushala, Kuru, Kashi, Kekaya, and Srinjaya kingdoms, the officiating members of the assembly, and also the priests, witnessing demigods, human, spirits, forefathers, and charanas. Then, taking permission from Lord Krishna, the shelter of the goddess of fortune, the various guests departed as they all chanted the glories of Vasudeva's sacrifice. One question is there. Here is mentioned Vasudeva joined with his wife in giving jewelry and clothes they were wearing to the professional reciters. I mean, they were giving their clothes and jewelry to others, their wore clothes. So, professional reciters are means like lower people, huh?
Right. They are usually from the lower caste. Professional reciters. No, it is Vasudeva. It is. Huh? No, but we are talking only of one Vasudev, that is Vasudev's father, Vasudev. So, of course, in our reading, we should be clear. We are only talking about Vasudev, not Vasudev.
Yes.
So, sometimes a little bit pronunciation may be, but we are talking of here only Vasudev, Krishna's father. Okay, go ahead. 57, 58. Huh? Kya? Online. Online, somebody wants to read?
The Yadus were all embraced by their friends, close family members, and other relatives, including Dhritarashtra and his younger brother Vidura, Pritha, and her sons. Bhishma, Drona, the twin Nakula and Sahadev, Narada, and Vedavyas, the personality of Godhead. Their hearts melting with affection, these are the other guests left for their kingdoms, their progress slowed by the pain of separation. Nanda Maharaj showed his affection for his relatives, the Yadus, by remaining with them a little longer, together with his cohorts. During his stay, Krishna Balram, Ugrasen, and others honored him with especially opulent worship. Having so easily crossed over the vast ocean of his ambition, Vasudeva felt fully satisfied. In the company of his many well-wishers, he took Nanda by the hand and addressed him as follows.
Okay, so now here there's a conversation between Vasudev and Nanda Maharaj. So here some interesting points are there. Okay, let's recite. Shri Vasudev Uvacha Bhratrarisha Krita Pasho Nrinamya Sneha Sanyataha Tam Dustyajam Maham Manye Suranam Api Yoginam.
Sri Vasudev said, "My dear brother, God himself has tied the knot called affection, which tightly binds human beings together. It seems to me that even great heroes and mystics find it very difficult to free themselves from it. Heroic leaders of men try to transcend their petty attachments by force of will, while introspective yogis pursue knowledge for the same purpose. But the Lord's illusory energy, Maya, is much stronger than any conditioned soul. Only by taking shelter of Krishna, the Lord of Maya, can one become immune to her influence."
Yes, so here Vasudeva is talking about this Pasha. Pasha, which Pasha? Sneha Pasha. Sneha Pasha, which is Dustyajam. Dustyajam, very difficult to give up. Of course, we have in that connection the famous verse of Queen Kunti. Yes. This is Krishna. There also the same word comes, no? Sneha Pasha. So there, of course, that whole explanation comes there. So why she is requesting to cut those bonds of affection to the Vrishnis and the Kurus, even though they are devotees, right? But still she is telling to cut off those bonds of affection. Why?
So that she can remember the Lord again and again.
But then by associating with devotees, one remembers the Lord. Bolo.
Prabhupada says that cutting the bondage of attachment means to broaden the field of
correct.
preaching.
So anyways, go to the purport. There are some nice points there. This is 1:8:41 or 42? 40? 41 or Sneha Pasha. एक पीछे क्यों आगे आगे 41 और 42 yes अथ विश्वेश विश्वात्मन विश्वमूर्ते स्वकेशु में स्नेह पाशम इमं छिंदी दृढ़म पांडुषु वृष्णिषु. I read the translation.
O Lord of universe, soul of universe, O personality of the form of the universe, please therefore sever my tie of affection for my kinsmen, the Pandavas and the Vrishnis.
So in the purport, yes. Okay, read.
A pure devotee of the Lord is ashamed to ask anything in self-interest from the Lord, but the householders are sometimes obliged to ask favors from the Lord, being bound by the tie of family affection. Srimati Kunti Devi was conscious of this fact, and therefore she prayed to the Lord to cut off her affectionate tie to her own kinsmen, the Pandavas and the Vrishnis. The Pandavas are her own sons, and the Vrishnis are the members of her paternal family. Krishna was equally related to both the families. Both the families required the Lord's help because both were dependent devotees of the Lord. Srimati Kunti Devi wished Shri Krishna to remain with her sons, the Pandavas, but by his doing so, her paternal house would be bereft of the benefit. All these partialities troubled the mind of Kunti, and therefore she desired to cut off the affectionate tie. A pure devotee cuts off the limited ties of affection for his family and widens his activity of devotional service for all forgotten souls. The typical example is the band of 6 Goswamis who followed the path of Lord Chaitanya. All of them belong to the most enlightened and cultured rich families of the higher castes. But for the benefit of the mass of the population, they left their comfortable homes and became mendicants. To cut off all family affection means to broaden the field of activities.
That's the important statement. To cut off all family affection means to broaden the field of activities, bigger family. Without doing this,
no one can be qualified as a Brahmana, a king, a public leader, or a devotee of the Lord. The personality of Godhead as an ideal king showed this by example. Sri Ramachandra cut off the tie of affection for his beloved wife to manifest the qualities of an ideal king.
Okay, what's the next verse? Wait. Therefore, sometimes experience the Lord out of his special breaks the family affection by force, arranged by his all-powerful energy. By doing so, he causes the devotee to be completely dependent on him and thus clears the path for his going back to Godhead. Okay, fine. So that's so basically Kunti Maharani is requesting to cut off the affection on the bodily platform, right? So on the bodily platform, then that's a problem. But then, and therefore, Srila Prabhupada writes in Bhagavad Gita 13 chapter verses 8 to 12. There Srila Prabhupada writes, one can have affection for the family members, but not attachment. So that's also a beautiful purport there. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. So we'll try to finish this chapter before the break. So there are how many? 10 verses more, I think, right? We'll finish and take the break. Okay. Okay, read the translations from 62 onwards.
Indeed, the Supreme Lord must have created the bonds of affection for such exalted saints as you have never stopped showing matchless friendship toward us in grades, although it has never been properly reciprocated.
So Vasudeva feels that Nanda Maharaj has been showing a lot of affection, but he has been ungrateful. Go ahead.
Previously, dear brother, we did nothing to benefit you because we were unable to. 8. Even now that you are present before us, our eyes are so blinded by the intoxication of material good fortune that we continue to ignore you. Purport. While living under the tyranny of Kansa, Vasudeva was unable to do anything to help Nanda and his subjects defend themselves against the many demons sent from Mathura to kill Krishna and Balaram. O most respectful one, may a person who wants the highest benefit in life never gain kingly opulence, for it leaves him blind to the needs of his own family and friends.
So here in the purport, Srila Prabhupada is basically talking about Nalukuver and Manigriv, how the opulence blinds a person. Okay, continue, next. So that is that is what? Who spoke now? Vasudeva spoke to Nanda Maharaj, and he felt that he never reciprocated with Nanda Maharaj properly, and he's saying that because we had so much opulence, it sort of blinded us. Okay, now continue.
Shri Shukadeva Goswami said, his heart softened by feelings of intimate sympathy, Vasudeva wept. His eyes brimmed with tears as he remembered the friendship Nanda had shown him. And so his part, Nanda was also full of affection for his friend Vasudeva. Thus, during the following days, Nanda would repeatedly announce, I will be leaving later today and I will be leaving tomorrow. But out of love for Krishna and Balaram, he remained there for 3 more months, honored by all the Yadus. Purport. After settling that he would leave first thing in the morning, Nanda would then decide, I'll go later today. And then when the afternoon came, he would say, I'll just stay until tomorrow. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti suggests one possible reason for his procrastination. Nanda secretly intended to bring Krishna back with him to Vraja, but did not want to break Vasudeva's heart. Thus, his indecision continued for 3 months. Next. Then after Vasudeva, Ugrasen, Krishna, Uddhav, Balaram and others had fulfilled his desires and presented him with precious ornaments, fine linen and varieties of priceless household furnishings, Nanda Maharaj accepted all these gifts and took his leave. Seen off by all the Yadus, he departed with his family members and the residents of Braja.
Okay, fine. So here there's a long purport. So I think so you can read this yourself. The interesting points made. Anyway, you just read the remaining translations.
Okay. 69th. Unable to withdraw their minds from Lord Govinda's lotus feet, where they had surrendered them, Nanda and the cowherd men and women returned to Mathura. Their relatives, having thus departed and seeing that the rainy season was approaching, the Rishnis, whose only lord was Krishna, went back to Dwarka. They told the people of the city about the festive sacrifices performed by Vasudeva, Lord of the Yadus, and about everything else that had happened during their pilgrimage, especially how they had met with all their loved ones. Thus end the purports of the humble servants of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to the 10th canto, 84th chapter Bhagavatam, entitled The Sages' Teachings at Kurukshetra.
Haribo. So that long purport you read. If you have any doubts, we can discuss when we begin the class again at 2 o'clock. Okay, so begin the class at 2 o'clock for the last chapter. So we have managed. Everything will happen, don't worry. Your desire will be fulfilled. Huh? Yes. Yes, now we are going to start 85th chapter, correct? Now 85th chapter we are going to start, right? So what? Okay, Hare Krishna, time for break. 20 minutes break till 2 o'clock.
How long will it take?
चलो हमारा टाइम हो गया, हम शुरू कर रहे हैं बस। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। देखो हमारे ऑडियंस में कितने हैं? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 लोग हैं यहाँ। बहुत अच्छा है।
तो मुझे ऑनलाइन भी है।
ओ हम तो भूल ही गए। ऑनलाइन कितने?
17 at least, including His Grace Arjuneshwar Prabhu.
हाँ 15 गुड। सिर्फ वहाँ रिप्रेजेंटेशन है या एक्चुअली है?
प्रभु जी है।
हाँ माधव सेवा प्रभु तो होना ही चाहिए।
क्वेश्चन भी पूछेंगे लेकिन मैं चुप बैठा हूँ।
माधव सेवा प्रभु होना ही चाहिए। अच्छा बहुत सारे तो रिप्रेजेंटेशन ही है।
ऑनलाइन भी है प्रभु जी।
फ्लैग्स जैसे। ठीक है चलो। चैप्टर 85 लॉर्ड कृष्णा इंस्ट्रक्ट्स वसुदेव एंड रिट्रीव्स देवकी। Retrieves Devaki's children. Okay. So now this chapter is basically, now initially Vasudeva is offering his prayers to Shankarshan and Achyuta. Okay. Shri Badnayan Uvacha Athekadatmajo Prapto Krita Pada Bhivandano Vasudevo Bhinandhyaha Pritya Sankarshanachyutau. Sri Badrani said, one day the two sons of Vasudeva, Shankarshan and Achyuta, came to pay him respects, bowing down at his feet. Vasudeva greeted them with great affection and spoke to them. Actually, if you read Krishna book, then Srila Prabhupada begins this chapter by describing how this is Vedic civilization, as we were discussing, the culture of respect. So there Srila Prabhupada is explaining that how in the Vedic times, the first thing they would do in the morning, the children would bow down to the parents and the disciples would bow down to the spiritual master. That is first thing in the morning. That's Vedic civilization. So that's what Prabhupada is, he begins this chapter describing that. And so as Krishna also describes in Bhagavad Gita 17th chapter, this is austerity of the body. What is that? Deva, Dvija, Guru, Pragya, Pujanam.
Pujanam, Thocham, Arjavam.
Yes. Yes. So all this is austerity of the body. So it's not natural. In the conditioned state, offering respect is not natural, but as an austerity, one has to do it. And that was the Vedic civilization. Okay, now continue read. Who's reading? Online. Okay, online somebody read. I think so Madhav Seva Prabhu can read.
1 minute. The voice may not be clear. The sound is coming here. Can somebody read now? Right now.
Okay, if you're having some difficulty, somebody else can read.
Sri Badrayani said, one day the two sons of Vasudeva, Sankarshan and Achyuta, came to pay his respects, bowing down at his feet. Vasudeva greeted them with great affection and spoke to them.
Continue. Now this chapter we are doing mostly reading. My talking is over now.
Having heard the great sages' words concerning the power of his two sons, and having seen their valorous deeds, Vasudeva became convinced of their divinity. Thus, addressing them by name, he spoke to them as follows.
Okay, so Vasudeva understood that his children are not ordinary sons. He understood their divine nature because of what the sages spoke. We read in the last chapter how the sages were glorifying Krishna and Balaram. So on the basis of that, then Vasudev, of course, Vasudev already had seen Krishna in his four-armed form and all that. But especially after hearing the words of the sages, he was convinced about their transcendental nature, how their supreme Lord. He understood all that. And so now in the next few verses, series of verses, he's basically glorifying Krishna and Balram. And he's describing their opulences. And so in describing their opulences, basically he's speaking Bhagavad Gita philosophy. Okay, go ahead.
Vasudev said, "O Krishna, Krishna, best of yogis, O eternal Sankarshan, I know that you too are personally the source of universal creation and the ingredients of creation as well."
Purport?
Purport is good. As taught in the Sankhya doctrine of Lord Kapil Dev, Pradhana is the creative energy of the Purusha, the Supreme Person. Thus, of these two principles, the Pradhan is the predominated energy, female, incapable of independent action, while the Purusha is the absolutely independent, primeval creator and enjoyer. Neither Krishna nor his brother Balram belong to this category of subordinate energy. Rather, both of them together are the original Purusha, who is always joined by his manifold potencies of pleasure, knowledge, and creative emanation.
Okay, so here is glorifying them as source of creation, creation of the universes, as well as all the ingredients. So as is explained here, they are the original Purusha. So they are not, so Shakti, Shaktiman. So we know that philosophy. Okay, go ahead.
You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead who manifests as the Lord of both nature and the creator of nature, Mahavishnu. Everything that comes into existence, however and whenever it does so, is created within you, by you, from you, for you, and in relation to you. Purport.
Is created within you, by you, from you, for you, and in relation. Ultimately, everything is done by the Supreme for the enjoyment of the Supreme. So, okay, I think so. We can skip this purport. There's a lot of some grammar involved. Okay, go to the next verse.
O transcendental Lord, for yourself, you created this entire variegated universe, and then you entered within it in your personal form as the super soul. In this way, the unborn super soul, as the life force and conscious of everyone, you maintain the creation.
Okay, so this is all creation. So you have studied all this in great detail. Second canto, third canto, Shirodakshaya Vishnu, Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, all that. Next.
Whatever potencies the life air and the other elements of universal creation exhibit are actually all personal energies of the Supreme Lord. For both life and matter are subordinate to Him and dependent on Him, and also different from one another. Thus, everyone active in the material world is set into motion by the Supreme Lord.
Next.
The glow of the moon, the brilliance of the fire, the radiance of the sun, the twinkling of the stars, the flash of the lightning, the
Permanence
permanence of mountains, and aroma of sustaining power of the earth. All of these are actually you.
Yes, so again, we study all this in Bhagavad Gita. Prabhasmi Shashi Suryayo. So all that is there. Yes. Yad Aditya Gatam Tejo. So this is all Bhagavad Gita only. Okay, continue. Next verse.
My Lord, you are water and also
its taste. What's the verse? Rasamam Apsu Kaunteya. Okay, read.
And also its taste and its capacities of quench thirst and sustain life. You exhibit your potencies through the manifestations of the air as bodily warmth, vitality, mental power, physical strength, endeavor, and movement.
Mm.
You are the directions and their accommodating capacity, the all pervading ether, and the elemental sound residing within it. You are the primeval, unmanifested form of sound, the first syllable Om.
This also in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, na? Pranava sarva vedeshu.
And
Shabdaki paurusham nishu.
And the audible
speech.
By which sound, as words, acquires particular references. You are the power of the senses to reveal their objects, the senses, presiding demigods, and thus sanction these demigods give for sensory activity. You are the capacity of the intelligence for decision making and the living being's ability to remember things accurately.
So this also in the Bhagavad Gita says, Buddhir buddhimatam asmi, balam balavatam chaham, and then ability to remember, matta smritir jnanam apohanam, right? So this is all what the Lord is, these are the Lord's opulences. Okay, fine. So now somebody here can read. Who's reading?
Your false ego in the mode of ignorance, which is the source of physical elements. False ego in the mode of passion, which is the source of bodily senses. False ego in the mode of goodness, which is the source of demigods. And the unmanifest total material energy which underlies everything.
Right. So this also you study. False ego along with the modes produces all these different things.
You are the one indestructible entity among all the destructible things of this world. Like the underlying substance that is seen to remain unchanged while the things made from it undergo transformations.
Yes. So the Lord, He is never changed. He never changes or destroyed. Okay.
The modes of material nature, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance, together with all their functions, become directly manifest within you, the supreme absolute truth, by the arrangement of your Yoga Maya.
Yes, so the Lord is the cause of the modes, but is never affected by the modes.
Vasudeva's purport, Vasudeva's description of how the Supreme Lord expands himself into the products of three material modes may possibly be misunderstood to imply that he is touched by the modes, or even that he is subject to destruction. To negate these misunderstandings, Vasudeva states here that the three modes and their products function by the arrangement of Lord's creative energy, Yoga Maya, which is always completely under his control. Thus, the Lord is never tainted in the least by any material contact.
Okay, some pastimes examples to show the Lord is never affected by the modes. Huh?
Krishnaman, that Dwarka queens, when they are glancing on the Lord, they are not able to arouse the passion in him.
Okay, okay. He's huh? Okay, Nanda and Rishi, okay, he's not affected. Okay, all forms are transcendental. Okay, they're not affected.
And, when Ashwatthama, on the Ashwatthama, he was his eyes were mentioned.
Yes, when Ashwatthama was bound and brought in front of Krishna and Arjuna, Krishna's eyes were still beautiful like lotuses, whereas Arjuna's eyes were like coppery red balls. Right, so there Srila Prabhupada mentions how Krishna is never, even though he's angry, he's not affected by the modes. So he's the cause of the modes, but he's never affected by the modes. Just like the sun is the cause of the clouds, but is never covered by the clouds. Okay, continue. 14.
Thus, these created entities, transformations of material nature, do not exist except when material nature manifests them within you, at which time you also manifest within them. But aside from such periods of creation, you stand alone as the transcendental reality.
Okay, read the purport.
When the universe is wound up at the time of its periodic annihilation, all the inert objects and bodies of living beings that hitherto were manifested by the Lord's Maya become disconnected from his sight. Then, since he maintains no association with them during the period of universal dissolution, they in fact no longer exist. In other words, material manifestations have real functioning existence only when the Lord turns his attention to the creation and maintenance of material cosmos. The Lord is never within these objects in any material sense, but he does mercifully pervade them all as the impersonal Brahman and as the Paramatma. He enters within every atom and also accompanies the Jiva souls in their individual embodiments.
Okay, and then he's quoting these verses. Okay, fine. Next.
They are truly ignorant who, while imprisoned within the ceaseless flow of this world's material qualities, fail to know you, the supreme soul of all that be, as their ultimate sublime destination. Because of their ignorance, the entanglement of material work forces such souls to wander in the cycle of birth and death.
Right, so those who don't understand the glories of the Supreme Lord, he says they are Abuddha, ignorant. Abuddhastva kilatmanaha. And so therefore, samsarantiha karmabhi. So they remain within samsara because of this ignorance. So in the purport it said, Vasudeva, as a compassionate Vaishnava, laments for the suffering conditioned souls whose unhappiness, the result of ignorance, can be remedied by knowledge of the principles of devotional service to Lord Krishna. Okay, 16.
By good fortune, a soul may obtain a healthy human life, an opportunity rarely achieved. But if he is nonetheless deluded about what is best for him, oh Lord, your illusory Maya will cause him to waste his entire life.
So we're reading about this now in Bhagavatam, 7th canto. Prahlad Maharaj is describing how the person in conditioned life wastes his time.
17. You keep this whole world bound up by the ropes of affection. And thus when people consider their material bodies, they think, this is me. And when they consider their progeny and other relations, they think, these are mine.
Aham mameti.
You are not our sons, but the very lords of both material nature and its creator, Mahavishnu. As you yourself have told us, you have descended to rid the earth of the rulers who are a heavy burden upon her.
Purport.
According to Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti, in this verse, Vasudeva offers himself and his wife as excellent examples of those who are materially deluded. Although at the time of his birth in Kamsa's prison, Lord Krishna told Vasudeva and Devaki that his mission was to rid the earth of the unwanted Kshatriyas, still his two parents could not avoid thinking of him as their helpless son who needed protection from King Kamsa. In reality, of course, both Vasudeva and Devaki were participating in the divine pastime of the Lord's birth under the perfect direction of his internal energy. Only out of transcendental humility does Vasudeva criticize himself in this way.
So here Vasudeva is saying that yes, now we have understood that you're not just our sons, but you are the Lord's. Pradhana Purusheshwarau. Ishwarau, plural, supreme controllers. So referring to both Krishna and Balram. So he's saying, yes, now we have understood. You're not just like our ordinary sons. So therefore, they're offering a prayer now in the 19th verse. Okay, let's recite this. Tatte gatosmi aranamadhya padaravendam apanna samsmriti bayapam artabandho etavatalam malamindriya lalasena martyatmadriktvayi pariyadapatya buddhihi. Read. Okay, online. Somebody wants to read online?
Therefore, O friend of the distressed, I now approach your lotus feet for the shelter, the same lotus feet that dispel all fear of worldly existence for those who have surrendered to them. Enough with hankering for sense enjoyment, which makes me identify with this mortal body and think of you, the Supreme, as my child.
Yes, so now he's praying to the Lord for shelter, because by taking shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord, what happens? Padaravindam apanna samsmriti bhaya apaham. So by taking shelter of the Lord's lotus feet, one can dispel the fear due to samsara. So that is what happens. And so therefore, he wants to put an end to this samsara, material enjoyment. Okay, read this purport.
Srila Jiva Goswami suggests that Vasudeva condemns himself here for thinking of trying to gain special opulences because he is the father of the Supreme Lord. Thus, Vasudeva contrasts himself with Nanda, the king of Vraja, who was satisfied with pure love of God and nothing else.
So, Vasudeva is feeling that he was trying to gain special opulences. So, of course, all this is simply due to his humility. Next, 20. Okay, read.
Indeed, while still in the maternity room, you told us that you, the unborn Lord, had already been born several times as our son in previous ages. After manifesting each of these transcendental bodies to protect your own principles of religion, you then made them unmanifest, thus appearing and disappearing like a cloud. O supremely glorified, all-pervading Lord, who can understand the mystic, deluding potency of your opulent expansions?
Purport.
Lord Krishna was first born to Vasudeva and Devaki in their previous lives as a Sutapa and Prishni. Later, they again became his parents as Kashyapa and Aditi. This then was the third time he had appeared as their son.
Right. Okay, so they're remembering that how the Lord was born several times in the previous ages. Okay, continue. So that is the end of Vasudeva offering his prayers to Krishna Balram. Okay. Okay, now
having heard his father's words, the Supreme Lord, the leader of Sattvatas, replied in a gentle voice as he bowed his head in humility and smiled.
Purport.
Srila Jiva Goswami describes what Lord Krishna thought after hearing his father glorify him. Vasudeva has been honored with the eternal role of my father. Something even demigods like Brahma cannot aspire for. Therefore, he should not be absorbed in thinking of my godly aspects. Moreover, his reverence greatly embraces me. It was to avoid this very situation that after killing Kamsa, I made a special effort to reinforce their pure parental love for me and Balaram. But now, unfortunately, the statements of these sages threaten to revive some of the Vasudevas and Devaki's previous awareness of my majesty.
So he doesn't want that awe and reverence to be there. But then what to do? They heard from the sages now, and therefore their awe and reverence has once again awakened. And so therefore, okay, go ahead.
The Supreme Lord said, "My dear father, I consider your statements appropriate, since you have explained the various categories of existence by referring to us, your sons."
The Lord accepts the statements that Vasudeva has made. Okay, continue.
Not only I, but also you, along with my respected brother and these residents of Dwaraka, should all be considered in this same philosophical light. O best of the Yadus, indeed, we should include all that exists, both moving and non-moving.
Okay, read this purport.
To protect his parents' intimate relationship with him, Lord Krishna stresses the oneness of all existence in this statement to his father Vasudeva. Vasudeva had been reminded of his son's greatness by hearing the sages gathered at Kurukshetra. But his sense of awe was ruining his intimate parental relationship with Krishna, and therefore Krishna wanted to dispel it. We should not misunderstand the oneness the Lord Krishna speaks of here. The subtle words of the Upanishads often mislead impersonalists into believing that all existence is ineffably one, without any variety in the ultimate issue. Some Upanishadic mantras emphasize the sameness of God and his creation, while others speak about their difference. Tattvamasi Svetaketu. You are that, O Svetaketu, for example, is an Aveda Vakya, a mantra affirming that all the things are one with God, being is dependent expansions. But the Upanishads also contain many Veda Vakyas, statements that affirm the unique distinguishing qualities of the Supreme, such as this statement, Ka evanyat ka pranyad yadi esha akasha anando na syat, yesa evananda yati. Who would there be to activate the creation and give life to all beings if this infinite Supreme were not the original enjoyer? Indeed, he alone is the source of all pleasure. Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7.1. By the influence of the Supreme Lord's bewildering Maya, envious impersonalists read the Vedavakyas literally and accept the Vedavakyas only in the figurative way. Authoritative Vaishnava commentators, on the other hand, carefully reconcile the apparent contradictions in the accordance with the interpretive principles of Vedic Mimamsa and logically established the conclusions of Vedanta.
Okay, fine. So we know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's philosophy. He combined both of them, Ved, Abheda. Okay, next, 24. You want to continue or somebody else should continue?
Somebody else.
Okay.
The Supreme Spirit, Paramatma, is indeed one. He is self-luminous, eternal, transcendental, and devoid of material qualities. But through the agency of the very modes he has created, the one supreme truth manifests as many among the expansion of those modes.
Continue.
The elements of ether, air, fire, water, and earth become visible, invisible, minute or extensive as they manifest in various objects. Similarly, the Paramatma, though one, appears to become many. Purport. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti explained this and previous verse as follows. The one Paramatma appears to be many by the influence of the modes of nature that he himself creates. How is that? Because although in truth the Paramatma is self-illuminating, eternal, aloof from everything, and free of the modes of nature, when he appears as his manifestations, he seems to be just the opposite, a multiplicity of temporary objects saturated with modes of nature, just as the elements of ether and so on, when manifesting in pots and other things, seem to appear and disappear. So the Paramatma seems to appear and disappear in various manifestations.
Okay, so here basically he's saying that how, just as the elements of ether, air, fire, water become visible and invisible as they manifest in various objects, similarly Paramatma, though one, appears to become many. Which is the analogy that's given for this? So sunlight kya hai? Yes. So this Srila Prabhupada gives in the Bhagavad Gita purports this analogy of, so the sun and the stars, they may be reflected in different pots. So it appears as if they are different, but actually it's the one sun only which is present in all the pots. So similarly, it appears as if the Paramatma is different in different bodies, but actually it is the same one Paramatma. And of course, Srila Prabhupada also gives this example that just like he tells this incident of how he was walking with his child at night, and then the child asked, why is the moon following us? So it appears as if the moon is following, but it's the same one moon that is present. So he says that even if a material object like the moon or the sun can be present in such a vast area simultaneously, then why not the Supreme Lord? So the one Supreme Lord is present in all the various bodies as the Paramatma. Okay, continue.
Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, hearing these instructions spoken to him by the Supreme Lord, Vasudeva became freed from all ideas of duality. Satisfied at heart, he remained silent. At that time, O best of the Kurus, the universally worshipped Devaki took the opportunity to address her two sons, Krishna Balaram. Previously, she had heard with astonishment that they had brought their spiritual master's son back from death. Now, thinking of her own sons who had been murdered by Kamsa, she felt great sorrow, and thus, with tear-filled eyes, she beseeched Krishna and Balram.
See, you find everywhere you find the same etiquette. Whenever a person wants to ask something from the Lord, first of all, there is glorification. So here also you see Devaki, now she wants to ask for her dead sons, but before that, she glorifies. And glorification means philosophy. Philosophy describing the Lord's greatness. So now again, you find some verses where Devaki is glorifying Krishna. Okay, read that purport.
Vasudeva's love for Krishna had been disturbed because his awareness of Krishna's opulences conflicted with seeing him as his son. In a different way, Devaki's love was somewhat distracted by her lamentation for her dead sons. So Krishna arranged to relieve her of the mistaken idea that anyone else but him was actually her son. Since Devaki is known to be worshipped by all great souls, her show of material affection must actually have been an effect of Lord's Yogamaya, who increases the pleasure of his pastimes. Thus, in text 54, Devaki will be described as Mohita Maya Vishnu, bewildered by the internal energy of Lord Vishnu.
Okay. Continue.
Sri Devaki said, O Rama, Rama, immeasurable Supreme Soul, O Krishna, Lord of all masters of yoga, I know that you are the ultimate rulers of all universal creators, the primeval personality of Godhead. Taking birth from me, you have now descended to this world in order to kill those kings whose good qualities have been destroyed by the present age, and who thus defy the authority of revealed scriptures and burden the earth.
So, purpose of the Lord's descent, she is saying.
O soul of all that be, the creation, maintenance, and destruction of the universe are all carried out by a fraction of an expansion of your expansion. Today I have come to take shelter of you, the Supreme Lord.
Okay, you can go to the next one. Purport is about Mahavishnu.
It is said that when your spiritual master ordered you to retrieve his long dead son, you brought him back from the forefathers' abode as a token of remuneration for your Guru's mercy. Please fulfill my desire in the same way, O Supreme Master of all yoga masters. Please bring back my sons who were killed by the king of Bhoja, so that I may see them once again.
That's what he is describing.
That earlier was.
That's what is saying, that the affection for the sons was due to influence of Yogamaya. Because the maximum affection, obviously, she has for Krishna. So then why she should have affection for these dead sons? So therefore, the affection for the dead sons is also an influence of Yogamaya, basically to show again Krishna's greatness, Krishna's opulence, how Krishna can bring back the dead sons. And of course, Krishna himself has a purpose, as we will see, that he wanted to also sort of send back these dead sons to their original abodes. So for that purpose, so Krishna himself is orchestrating the pastime. So therefore, it is happening under influence of Yogamaya. So it is Krishna's desire only that this happens, and she is only becoming an instrument of Krishna's desire. That's why it is Yogamaya.
It was mentioned that by Yogamaya, Vasudeva became aware of Krishna's supremacy, and by Yogamaya, she is
lamenting for the dead sons. Yes.
Usually, Yogamaya is something which brings one closer to Krishna. How here?
No,
this is to be
Yogamaya basically does what? Assists Krishna's pastimes. So this is also Krishna's pastime. So Krishna wanted this to happen, and therefore it is happening. That is why Yogamaya. So Yogamaya is basically what? Yogamaya is Krishna's energy to orchestrate Krishna's pastimes. So this is Krishna's pastime.
So that description we see here in the beginning of Advent of Krishna, that 6 children are 6, this thing, Devaki's, this devotee, fear and all that. So that same analogy is continued here because she is reviving those sons, which are like...
Of course, that explanation is given by the acharyas for sadhakas to learn. That is not in reality. The 6 sons representing Kam, Krodh, Lobh, that is not reality. That is figurative for us to learn. That's not reality.
That's not taken here.
No.
Same idea is not
taken. No. That is finished. That Krishna killed them. now the Kam Krodh Lobh will not come back again. Okay, so what, online? Online? Online, somebody wants to read?
When the king of the Daityas, Bali Maharaj, noticed the arrival of the two lords.
Okay. Okay, read.
When the king of Daityas, Bali Maharaj,
No, 34.
Yes. The Sukadeva Goswami said, thus entreated by their mother, O Bharata, Balarama and Krishna employed their mystic Yogamaya potency and entered the region of Sutala.
Continue.
When the king of Daityas, Bali Maharaj, noticed the arrival of the two lords, his heart overflowed with joy, since he knew them to be the supreme soul and worshipable deity of the entire universe, and especially of himself. He immediately stood up and then bowed down to offer respects along with his entire entourage. Bali took pleasure in offering them elevated seats. After they sat down, he washed the feet of the two supreme personalities. Then he took that water which purifies the whole world, even up to Lord Brahma, and poured it upon himself and his followers. He worshipped them with all the riches as at his disposal, priceless clothings, ornaments, fragrant sandalwood paste, betel nut, lamps, sumptuous food, and so on. Thus he offered them all his family's wealth and also his own self.
Okay, Prabhupada the purport talks about Bali Maharaj's Atma Nivedan. Okay, go ahead, next verse.
Taking hold of Lord's lotus feet again and again, Bali, the conqueror of Indra's army, spoke from his heart, which was melting out of his intense love. O king, as tears of ecstasy filled his eyes and the hair on his limbs stood on end, he began to speak with faltering words.
Next. Now Bali is glorifying the Lord now.
The king Bali said, obeisances to the unlimited Lord, Ananta, the greatest of all beings, and obeisances to Lord Krishna, the creator of the universe, who appears as his impersonal absolute and super soul in order to disseminate the principles of Sankhya and Yoga.
Next. You're tired or what?
Seeing you, Lord, is a rare achievement for most living beings. But even persons like us, situated in the modes of passion and ignorance, can easily see you when you reveal yourself by your own sweet will.
Yes, ultimately the Lord can be seen only by revelation. Tell one verse for this.
Nam Prakasya Sarvasya.
Okay, Nam Prakasya Sarvasya Yogamaya Samavrita. Okay. Prasad Leshanugri Taevai. Okay, fine. Next.
Many who had been constantly absorbed in enmity toward you ultimately became attracted to you for the direct embodiment of transcendental goodness, and whose divine form comprises the revealed scriptures. These reformed enemies include Daityas, Danavas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Charanas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, Bhutas, Pramattas, and Nayakas, and also ourselves and many others like us. Some of us have become attracted to you because of exceptional hatred, while others have become attracted because of their mode of devotion based on lust. But the demigods and others infatuated by material goodness feel no such attraction for you.
I think we can read this purport.
Srila Jiva Goswami explains this passage as follows. The Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, and Charanas are adversaries of the Supreme Lord when they follow the lead of Daitya and Danav demons. The Yakshas, Rakshasas, Pisachas, and so on tend to be inimical because they are generally covered by ignorance. There are some rascals in the pure mode of goodness.
Ignorance.
There are some rascals in the pure mode of ignorance, like Sishupal and Poundarak, who are totally absorbed in meditation of the Lord as their enemy, and this fixed consciousness earns them liberation. Others in a mixed condition of passion and ignorance associate with the Lord with a desire for position and prestige. Maharaj Bali sees himself as belonging to this category. Yet Lord Vishnu favored Bali by becoming his doorkeeper in the subterranean region of Sutala, just as he favored the demons by killing and liberating them, and the Gandharvas by engaging them in singing his glories. On the other hand, the Lord awards sense gratification to those demigods who are proud of their being situated in the mode of goodness. Thus they become deluded and forget him.
Yes. So this is similar to that verse, what? No. That Narad Muni is speaking to Yudhishthira Maharaj, 7th canto. Yes. Kama, Dvesha, Bhayat, Krodhat. Yes, so that was similar to that. Yes, Gopya Kamat Bhayat Kamsu. Which demigod?
Because of material enjoyment.
But the demigods and others infatuated with material goodness feel no such attraction. Yeah, the demigods are attached to sense gratification. No? Of course, mostly it.
On the other hand, Lord awards sense gratification to those demigods who are proud of their being situated in the mode of goodness. Thus they become deluded and forget him.
So that's what, no? They are attached to sense gratification. Therefore, they become deluded and forget him. Of course, they have some attraction because they are devotees. Some attraction is there. Yes, but mainly it is business. No? Mainly it is, they want some sense gratification, so therefore they approach the Supreme Lord and the Lord satisfies them, gives them post, position, sense gratification. So main thing is business. So there is no actual true love in the sense that selfless love is not there. That is why. No. How can they go from heaven to spiritual sky?
Many men who have been constantly approaching towards ultimately became attracted to
Yes, ultimately means they have to get association of devotees, practice devotional service, then they can become attracted. That process everyone has to follow. Without that, one cannot automatically become devotees. Okay, continue. 44.
What to speak of ourselves, O Lord of all perfect yogis? Even the greatest mystics do not know what your spiritual power of illusion is or how it acts.
Yes, this is similar to Bhagavad Gita 10 chapter 2nd verse. What is that?
Nayam vidu
Yes, Nate vidu suragana na maharshaya. So yes, he says, so not the devatas, not the great rishis, nobody can understand. Okay, next.
Please be merciful to me so I may get out of the blind well of family life, my false home, and find the true shelter of your lotus feet, which selfless sages always seek. Then either alone or in the company of great saints who are the friends of everyone, I may wander freely, finding life's necessities at the feet of the universally charitable trees.
Read this purport.
Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti states that in response to Bali's prayers, Sri Krishna invited him to choose some benediction. And in this verse, Bali submits his request. Bali begs to be relieved of the entanglement of material life, so he will be free to leave home and wander in the wilderness, with only the Lord's lotus feet as his shelter. For his subsistence, Bali proposes he will take help from the forest trees at whose feet are fruits, to to eat and leaves to sleep on, for all of us to use as needed. And if the Lord is especially merciful to him, Bali hopes he will not have to wander alone, but will be allowed to travel in the company of Lord Krishna's devotees.
Okay. So that is the meaning of finding life's necessities at the feet of the universally charitable trees. So all necessities from the trees wandering around. Okay, 46.
O Lord of all subordinate creatures, please tell us what to do and thus free us of all sin. One who faithfully executes your command, O Master, is no longer obliged to follow the ordinary Vedic rites.
So if one follows Krishna, then no need to follow the Vedic rites. So this is similar. Which one? Okay, in the second chapter of Gita, yeah. This is 51st verse, I suppose. 51st or 52nd verse. And also, Aho bata shvapachoto gariyam yajjivagare namato vartate namatobhyam te pus tapaste juhuvu shashnurarya. Yeah, so one has finished performing all these. So that's what he's saying over here. One who faithfully executes your command, then he is freed from all these Vedic rites. Okay, read this purport.
The Acharyas explain Bali's thoughts as follows. Reflecting on the possibility that his request for immediate deliverance may have been bold, Bali Maharaj considers that first he will need to become sufficiently purified. In any case, he thinks Lord Krishna and Lord Balram must have come to him for some specific purpose. If he can receive the Lord's order and carry it out, that will be his best opportunity for purification. Indeed, as Bali states, a devotee acting under the personality of Godhead's instruction need no longer follow the sacrificial injunctions and the prohibitions of the Vedas.
Okay, so basically he wants to follow the Lord's orders for purification. Okay, now the Lord is replying.
The Supreme Lord said, during the age of the first Manu, the sage Marichi had 6 sons by his wife Urna. They were all exalted demigods, but once they laughed at Lord Brahma when they saw him preparing to have sex with his own daughter.
Continue.
Because of that improper act, they immediately entered a demonic form of life and thus they took birth as sons of Hiranyakashipu. The goddess Yogamaya then took them away from Hiranyakashipu and they were born again from Devaki's womb. After this, O king, Kamsa murdered them. Devaki still laments for them, thinking of them as her sons. These same sons of Marichi are now living here with you. Next question. We wish to take them from this place.
Okay, see, okay, read that short purport.
Acharya Sridhar Swami and Vishnu Chakravarti explained that after taking Marichi's 6 sons from Hiranyakashipu, Lord Krishna's Yogamaya first made them pass through one more life as children of another great demon, Kalanemi. And then she finally transferred them to the womb of Devaki.
So, and Kalanemi becomes Kamsa, right? Kalanemi becomes Kamsa. Huh? I'm just because yesterday I read this from Krishna book, and I have a slight feeling that Prabhupada wrote grandsons. You just see Krishna book. After they were killed by Kamsa. Okay, after they become sons of Hiranyakashipu, then so Yogmaya is orchestrating the host. Okay, sons only it is okay. This Krishna brought by the demigods, constitute of the bird, and for this undertake by the sons of the demon. Therefore, put in. Okay, fine. Okay. So, anyways, yes, those names are not there. And that also comes somewhere. That's true. But here, at least, the Lord is not saying that. But we read about that somewhere. Continue.
We wish to take them from this place to dispel their mother's sorrow. Then, released from their curse and free from all suffering, they will return to their home in heaven.
Okay, next.
By my grace, the 6 Smara Udgita.
This present one. The previous one. Okay, 50, what is it?
As pointed out by Srila Prabhupada in his purports to chapter 2, text 5 and 8 of this canto, Marichi's sons were condemned for their offense against Lord Brahma. In addition, Hiranyakashipu once cursed them to be killed by their own father in future life. This curse was fulfilled by Vasudeva's letting Kamsa murder them one by one.
Hiranyakashipu cursed them to be killed by their own father. Why he cursed? There's some past.
They did not follow.
Oh, okay. Okay. But nobody else has any freedom to do it. Okay. Now, he was not ordinary Asura. Na? Now, he has so much power by Brahma's grace. Okay, fine.
By my grace, the 6 Smara, Udgita, Parishwanga, Patanga, Shudra Brata, and Grini will return to the abode of pure saints. Purport. These are the names the 6 children first had when they were sons of Marichi. The oldest Smara was called Kirtiman when born again to Vasudev, as recorded in Srimad Bhagavatam. Kirtimantam Pratamajam Kamsayanan Anukadum Devi Arpayam Ashat Krichrena So Anratad Ativirvalaha. Vasudev was very much disturbed by the fear of becoming a liar by breaking his promise. Thus, with great pain, he delivered his firstborn son named Kirtiman into the hands of Kamsa.
Continue.
Sukadeva Goswami continued, after saying this, Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram, having been duly worshipped by Bali Maharaj, took the 6 sons and returned to Dwarka, where they presented them to their mother.
Next.
When she saw her lost children, Goddess Devaki felt such affection for them that milk flowed from her breasts. She embraced them and took them onto her lap, smelling their heads again and again.
I don't know. Why they're with Bali Maharaj? So? Okay, so maybe because this is happening, Hiranyakashipu's son, so it's all demoniac. So most probably they belong to that region. I mean, that's a sort of guess. I don't know. We don't know the details of. You know anything? Yes, Yogma is orchestrating. So, Acharyas are mentioning any details?
We'll have to see that verse there. 36.
This here are the. I don't think so. I was going through this.
after they will be, the earth will get finished. That's what is saying. They will again join the spirit.
They go back to the heavenly planets. But why exactly they have been sent to Sutra? Online, anybody knows? Scholarly online devotees?
No, Prabhuji.
What does one Mali Govind Prabhu say?
Prabhu, no idea.
क्या हो गया? You got anything? No? Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. That's what. So the same family, Bali Maharaj, Prahlad, Bali Maharaj. Anyway, that's a wild guess. Where? Where it said?
Which verse? Which verse?
48, 49. Pardon? Mic low? So this is what? Commentary to what?
Commentary to 48th and 49th verse.
Whose commentary?
By Sanatan Goswami.
Sanatan Goswami. Okay.
They were actually born to Kalmeni.
Kalnemi.
Many it is written
okay,
here. Who was Hiranyakashipu's son. In that sense, they were born from Hiranyakashipu. This is explained in Harivamsha. And
what? I didn't understand. What is it? Kalnemi is son of Hiranyakashipu.
Here many it is written.
And they were sons of Kalnemi. So that means they were like Hiranyakashipu's grandsons.
Sons. Verse says, na sons.
Verse says sons.
But they are telling the grandson also can be considered as son.
Oh, like that?
In Harivamsha it is mentioned.
Okay, descendants. Okay. But in reality it is grandson.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Details are given in Harivamsha, but are not given here because it would be expand the commentary greatly.
Okay.
O king, you know all this. Devaki laments about their destination because they were her sons. Please give them back. They are under your control. They are near you now. They were placed near Bali, the great devotee who was omniscient, so that Bali would see the Lord.
Oh, acha. Bali could see the Lord. So that was the ultimate plan. So that's okay. So maybe that is the reason. Maybe. So Bali did Atma Nivedan. So therefore, Yogamaya orchestrated the pastime so that Bali could see Krishna. Oh, that is the reason. Good. The Acharyas reveal, huh? Okay, fine. So let's continue.
53. When she saw her lost children, Goddess Devaki felt such affection for them that milk flowed from her breast. She embraced them and took them into her lap, smelling their heads again and again. Lovingly, she let her sons drink from her breast, which became wet with milk just by their touch. She was entranced by the same illusory energy of Lord Vishnu that initiates the creation of the universe.
Purport?
In the opinion of the Srila Jiva Goswami, the word Srishti can here also refer to the creative process by which Lord Vishnu's Yogamaya arranges the settings and situations of his pastimes. There is indeed no question of Mother Devaki being affected by the material aspect of Maya.
No. So she's affected by Yogamaya.
By drinking her nectarian milk, the remnants of what Shri Krishna himself had previously drunk, the 6 sons touched the transcendental body of the Lord, Narayana, and this contact awakened them to their original identities. They bowed down to Govinda, Devaki, their father, and Balram, and then, as everyone looked on, they left for the abode of demigods.
Purport?
Lord Krishna remained as an infant with Devaki and Vasudeva for only a very short time. First, the Lord appeared before them in his four-armed Vishnu form, and after hearing their prayers, he changed himself into an apparently ordinary infant for their pleasure. But to save Krishna from sufferings, his brother's fate, Vasudev at once removed him from the Kamsa's prison. Just before Vasudev took him away, Mother Devaki suckled Krishna once so that he would not feel thirsty during the long trip of Nandavaja. This we learn from the commentary of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti.
So that's how now the milk became Mahaprasad. Because once she allowed Krishna to suck. Yes. You want somebody else to read or you're okay?
Last verse.
Huh?
Last verse.
You'll read? Okay. Huh? Huh? How means?
Mike.
So anyway, the whole thing is by Yogamaya, no? That's what is being described, no? So that's what, no? Purport to text 54 he's saying, no? Lord Vishnu's Yogamaya arranges the settings and situations of pastime. There's indeed no question of Mother Devaki being affected by the material aspect of Maya. So by the influence of Yogamaya, this pastime is happening. So otherwise there was no question of Mother Dev. That's what, no? So Yogamaya wants to favor Bali Maharaj as devotee. So therefore then the pastime is orchestrated. So that Mother Devaki again feels of having her children back, and then all that is happening by Yogamaya.
Seeing her sons return from death and then depart again, saintly Devaki was struck with wonder. O king, she concluded that this was all simply an illusion created by Krishna.
Okay.
Shri Krishna, the Supreme Soul, the Lord of unlimited valor, performed countless pastimes just as amazing as this one, O descendant of Bharata. Sri Suta Goswami said this pastime enacted by Lord Murari, whose fame is eternal, totally destroys the sins of the universe and serves as a transcendental ornament for his devotees' ears. Anyone who carefully hears or narrates this pastime as recounted by the venerable son of Vyasa will be able to fix his mind in meditation on the Supreme Lord and attain all the auspicious kingdom of God. All auspicious kingdom of God.
Okay, so this is Falashruti. If one hears or narrates, then one will be able to fix his mind on Krishna and attain the Dham of Krishna. Okay, purport?
According to Srila Sridhar Swami, hearing the wonderful events of Lord Shri Krishna, Krishna's life destroys sins in a manner that is perfect. Alam, because it is easy. Anyone can easily participate in this hearing, and those who become devoted to Krishna always enjoy wearing on their ears the ornaments of topics concerning him. Not only those who were present at the time of their occurrence, but also Sukadeva Goswami, Suta Goswami, all who have heard since, and everyone in the universe who will hear in the future, all are blessed by the continuous recital of the Lord Krishna's transcendental glories.
So the Bhaktivedanta students are also blessed.
Very bold.
Thus, in the purports of the humble servants of His Divine Grace, His Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada, the 10th canto, 85th chapter, Srimad Bhagavatam, entitled Lord Krishna instructs Vasudeva and retrieves Devaki's sons. So, Janisha Prabhu, you're happy? We kept our promise to finish chapter 85. Okay, so not too bad, almost on time. All questions answered. Okay, so thank you all very much for your kind attention and participation in a lot of discussions. Today we didn't plan to have so many discussions, but we had quite a few exciting discussions. And yet we managed to complete. Yes.
We are very thankful to you for these in-depth insights and giving us the principles, how to apply them into our personal lives. And I especially remember that in the 11th hour, you had given me admission into this Bhakti Vedanta course. So that's
I don't know.
so I'm very grateful to you that I am actually, getting the remnants and mercy of these Bhaktivedanta purports and the Association of Devotees, Prabhuji. Thank you so much.
Right, we are grateful to you for your association kindly being present. And we're of course grateful to all the devotees who are present, because it's only the association of devotees that makes the discussion on these transcendental pastimes very relishable. And so,
Thank you so much, Prabhuji.
and so I personally get a wonderful chance to study the Bhagavatam and the association of devotees and increase my own understanding. Many of the discussions I never plan actually. Many of the discussions come up spontaneously because of the association of devotees, and then we all benefit by the discussion. So that is the wonderful aspect of discussing Krishna Katha and the association of devotees. Therefore, the discussion association is greatly emphasized, because as we can practically see, in the association, so much churning takes place, some inquiry is there, and then there's further discussion. And that's how everyone's understanding increases, and that's how the subject matter becomes more relishable. And so I'm personally very grateful to all of you, and especially to Arjuneshwar Prabhu for kindly engaging me in some service. So thank you all very much for your kind attention. Though of course, personally, I'm not very scholarly or something like that. I hardly know much, but somehow all of you are tolerating, and in your association, I could speak something. So thank you all very much for your kind association. We look forward to your association again in the future. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Granthra Srimad
Just
Bhagavatam
2
ki
minutes I'd
jai,
like to say
Samad
about
Bhakti
Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna,
We heard so
Krishna
nicely
Krishna,
from
Hare Hare,
Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
See, example is better than precepts. So we see actually since morning for Mangalarti, someone to be seen like seniors and in saffron. So Prabhuji will be always there ahead. So whether it is morning program, Mangalarti, Japa, everywhere we get to see this wonderful shining example. And
everything is from my own purification.
When Prabhuji is speaking about how Bhakti Vedantis should lead their life, being very disciplined, and how he was saying what is the criteria for going back home, back to Godhead. So that was very touching. And we find, as Prabhuji mentioned about Dharma Sthapan Hetu Sadhur Vyavhar. So even though we are trying to get degree of the Bhakti Vedanta, and we find actual real sadhu is sitting in front of us.
Sadhu is there and sadhu in front.
When Prabhuji speaks, the examples are so remarkable that during the class also Mataji said about the example Charnamrut. As we were going in the morning for Mangalarti and morning program, so Bhagavad Katha Prabhu was mentioning about Charnamrut. So
while taking Charnamrut.
Yeah, before. So somehow Prabhuji's example
that is there in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Charnamrut.
Here that is helping us to reminisce and relish what the essence of scriptures, specifically when Prabhuji is connecting different quotations from Prabhupadaji's purports, whether it is about disagreement or it is about how the Vaishnavas should have dealings. And these examples are not from one place, they are from Yanoi, Yanodi, and Prabhuji is just remembering everything. Yanodi 16th chapter, Yanoi 6th verse, 8th verse, and Prabhuji is quoting as we speak about book Bhagavatam and person Bhagavatam. So we see the person Bhagavat is just sitting
in your association, somehow the remembrance is coming.
And
after all, Guruji is there.
And the special glory of Prabhuji's association is that Prabhuji is giving all credit to other devotees, and very specifically we see that Prabhuji is so busy and somehow he managed his time for the sake of us, and actually teacher is present and students.
Business is this only. I don't have any other business.
very specifically, it was amazing that Puja had to actually calculate how many they are seating and all. So it is very nice that we are so much blessed by Proji's association, that he's tolerating our impudence and helping us to actually.
Your Guruji, you're tolerating me.
So ultimately,
thank you for your kind words.
We really feel blessed, and we want Proji to come again and again and bless us so that we'll have whole full year schedule. And devotees will be really happy that yes, by Proji's mercy, everyone is physically available, everyone is well planned. So the way Proji is well planned will also be well planned. So as they say, by association, lava matra sadhu sangha. So we'll have all those wonderful qualities. So because Proji is blessing us so much abundantly, so we'll pray in our traditional style, once chanting Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. His Grace Vanshatan Prabhu ki jai. Ki jai.
Bhakta ki jai.
Will you be gracing us for the next unit as well?
What's that?
Will you be gracing us for the next unit as well?
Next unit you will be more fortunate.
Yes, Prabhuji, 90 chapters will be over then.
See.
By your grace.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So next unit, the schedule is 24th March to 28th March. That will be taken by His Grace Venugopal Prabhu from Mayapur. So he'll be coming physically here and giving these classes. So specifically, he will be taking this Veda personified, the prayers of Veda personified. So this is a very philosophical section. So all devotees are requested to be present during this time on site. So as Prabhuji mentioned through his lectures and examples, that we should try to follow on site attendance increasing and online and attendance decreasing. So that will.
No problem, you are present.
Ekadasi is there, na?
When will be our exam, Prabhuji? Prabhuji, close book exam?
Close book, Hare Krishna. So close book exam will be as usual on next week, Thursday and Saturday. Next week, Thursday and Saturday, for both unit combined, last unit and this unit combined.
Okay.
So that message will be sent. So please schedule your journey or whatever according to 24th March to 28th March. And we will try to schedule our future months teachers schedule and send you also. We are in discussion of scheduling those things also. क्या हुआ?
क्या हो गया? क्या?
नहीं अभी वो डेट हम
Which time? That March?
Exam.
So you ask them whether those dates are convenient.
If I have to go out of station, so how to plan?
Then you have to postpone that.
No, you can. You can prepone also, na? नहीं गौर पूर्णिमा is on 14th, Baba.
Hare Krishna. So devotees, how many devotees would be present during this 24 to 28? Means you don't have any emergency plan.
Prabhuji, I will be present.
Prabhuji, even I will be present. I don't have any.
Okay, those who will not be present.
Those who won't be present, they can speak. I see. Okay.
अबे कोई कुछ नहीं बोल रहा.
अच्छा लो. Madhasepu.
हाँ मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
Madhasepu is there. Sudachit Prabhu, you'll be there.
Check
24 to 28th March. Sudhachit Prabhu, you'll be there, na?
check pro स्फूर्ति dates.
अरे वो वीक में थोड़ी होता है, वीक में होता है, वीकेंड में होता है.
Okay, you can actually send a message and find out.
हाँ, yes.
Then decide.
अभी ना कॉम्प्रोमाइज तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. 100% सभी लोग तो हो ही नहीं सकते कभी, क्योंकि ये थोड़ी इनके कुछ खुद के कुछ प्रोग्राम होते ही हैं.
लोक काय सांगतात परीक्षांचं कोण म्हणते आम्ही आहे नाही.
ठीक है.
ओके.
हरे कृष्णा. श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय. समेत की जय. हरे कृष्ण.
हरे
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
हरे बाबा.